Good evening, friends. Hope your day and life in general is going well. Yeah, we're trying to do the crowns in earnest now, of which there are still many to do, but we're making progress. How you doing, Prototype? How you doing, Glacier? Good to see you. So, let us pick a clan and hop to it. We didn't do any Pyreborn last night, so maybe we do Pyreborn now. Doing well, hope you had a good day. It was alright. It was alright. I guess maybe we're gonna do Pyreborn. I guess let's do... I feel kind of obligated to do the ones that we don't have a single crown on. So I guess let's do Pyreborn Awoken. So you're going for all clan combo wins? Yes. That's what the crowns mean. The crowns track which combos you have beaten that you've beaten Covenant 10 with, or in this game they also track whether you have beaten the Titans as well with a different crown. Anyway, so, Awoken. We are not taking Restores. Although, like, technically Restores are maybe okay with Pyreborn since they have bad early defense. And they have bad defense in general, but especially early game. Their Restores may be useful. Doesn't matter. We're doing Root Seeds. Alright. Life Mothers is okay. Hothead is a pretty good start for us, especially because it's one of the banner units that can fit with Phoenix and has a decent amount of HP. Yeah, it's a pretty good start. I mean, we'll take Ancient Pyre Tap, I'm pretty sure. Although Jack Strips is pretty good. So I kind of want to take Jack Strips partly because we are up against Entropy. And so the Piercing does kill the 12 damage, 1 health spell shield dudes, which is fairly useful, especially if I end up building into like the abilities of either Phoenix or Hothead, because the spell shields do block abilities too. Also, in the mid and early game, Jack Strips also allows us to take the Trial of Invasion with impunity, because it just kills all of them as they ascend. So I actually think I've talked myself into Jack Strips. Ancient Power Tap, obviously good too. Honestly, I kind of wanted Overlord, but that's fine. What do I want here? I might just take Golden Crown, even though it's pretty rare that I do Golden Crown. It just provides decent value. Yeah, whatever. We'll try it. Turns out Dragon Sword is pretty good. Even if it's not as flashy, it just does some solid work. I'm still going to play these out just so I don't have to play them later, even though I could save myself a lot of damage by not doing that. Alright, let's reduce the incoming damage. You'll take a beating, so be it. Alright, so I will get to use Phoenix's ability once more during the fight. Which is pretty okay. Okay, so let's do that, then that. I actually should have done the other way. Doesn't matter, we're not going to worry about it. So yeah, like, you die in 2 hits now, which isn't ideal, but... Okay, let's do this in slightly different ordering. But otherwise, we're fine. So let's do that, that... Okay, so we do slightly more damage this way. It's not great, but it is whatever. More Pyre Gel. Maybe should have played more of the Root Seeds, but fine. Oh wait, no, he's already dying here. Good. Yeah, with the 12 Pyre Gel, we start doing a lot more damage per hit. Also, we would have gotten one more free set of damage from the Jack Strips as he ascended to the Pyre. So I had a cloth grocery bag hanging on the wall, half filled with random cable. The kitten was jumping off of the back of the couch and into the bag and playing with the wall-mounted controller storage. The bag is no longer hanging there by my hand. Yeah, that sounds pretty silly. This is an interesting set of cards. I lean towards taking Alchemy, just because it's more Horde payoff. Golden Touch is also fine. But I'm vaguely intrigued by taking Payoff. Yeah, so at rank 3, it's 2 Horde per use. I don't know, like, Payoff is interesting. I think we're taking Alchemy, though. And do I want another Vine Grass? I might want the Sharpen. It's not a wildly exciting card, but... honestly, the Wildwood Sap would also be okay at the moment. I don't love it, though. I don't know, I'm really dithering here. I'm gonna skip, I guess. And then we'll save this, because 2 is not good enough for me. So... I would like to go to the Merchant of Magic for a variety of reasons. Namely, so I can try to get the Alchemy into a better situation. I think we're going for the Merchant of Steel, though. Because otherwise, defensively, I may just crumple and die. And that would be bad. Yeah, let's do this, I guess. Shattered Shell is obviously pretty decent. Awoken Hollow, we don't have any healing for, but otherwise, sort of could be okay. I might take the Shattered Shell and look for, like, Quick. I don't have good scaling for it, though. I mean, obviously I can apply a little bit of Pyre Gel, but I'm not applying a ton of Pyre Gel. And often what it would get Slay bonuses for is just going to get killed by the Jackstrips anyways. I'm going to skip. Okay, I will just give you attack. Kind of just want to give him the Avarice as well. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. It's not, like, insanely exciting, but it's not bad. I could also just dupe the Hothead, which is a pretty decent start. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that exciting, but it helps me guarantee that I'm winning the fight. And I'm just oddly worried about my current level of power. Yeah, I don't think there's huge benefit to not having you on bottom floor. Alright, a little messier than it could have been, but that worked just fine. And then we'll just play those out and take no damage. Well, I'm gonna play the Alchemy while I can, even though that means that I'm not killing these guys. And that's a problem. Yeah. And then you exactly die, which is obviously not good. But so be it. I ideally wanted to pull Phoenix forward with the Vine Grass, but I didn't have it on the right turn, so. I think we actually want Phoenix in front. Alright, I mean, we're in okay shape, and we got to get to 6 Horde, which is fine. And then we just stack a little bit of Pyre Gel, and give you the Root Seeds, I guess. Yep, okay. So we already have the kill here, no need to get too fancy. So we play out the shards, and then we just burn him to death. But this is why we did make the second Hothead, because I'm not utilizing my tools particularly well right now. Namely, my defense is pretty terrible. Do I want the Lava Armor? Kind of, but no. I will take a Steel Enhancer, and I will definitely loot this. I mean, I do want the Sharpened Teeth, just because, like, with Hothead, that represents a pretty substantial damage increase. I feel sort of obligated to take Hidden Coffers, though, so we're gonna take that. Okay, Dante's Footstool is not bad. It doesn't do anything for me currently, but it is not bad. It makes me sort of want to go to the left here, though I think I want to go to the right. Again, I don't have any healing, and I don't really have... I'm just not going to use the Shatter Shell. I could do something like this and then dupe it later using Life Mother Spire, which is sort of interesting. I don't think it's that good, though. But I am intrigued by the prospect. I'm going to tell you right now what I'm probably going to do is this. Which feels a little bit like overkill, but we're doing it anyways. And then we're going to dupe that. So, the zero-cost spell chain alchemies now represent 8 Horde on their own, right? I'm not crazy about that? Yeah, so Phoenix should be able to get me the other 2 to get me to 10. So we are going to hit 10 Horde in this battle, probably. So that's a thing. Yeah, I guess I'm only do that. And I'm fine with doing magic power and consume on that. Like, I'm not super excited about it, but it's a thing. The knockback is not too terrible, because I do have the Vine Grass if I really need them. Okay. So, first off, we alchemize that. Yeah, we'll do it this way. And then just blow him up and hit Archeon and do some damage there. Seems reasonable. And then we don't want to play any spells on your floor because we really don't want the sap on our guys. It's pretty bad for us. And then we just keep bullying Archeon, I guess. Okay, we're up to 9 Horde now. Not bad. Phoenix does take quite a beating here, but we don't need him to survive that much longer. We mostly just need him to be able to use his ability once more. The question is, how much do I care about trying to keep this floor alive? And I think the answer is it's impossible. So we're not going to worry about it. And so I think we're just going to focus on murdering Archeon. We already hit 10 Horde, which was our major goal. Obviously, I do have some problems, but so be it. He's already got a decent amount of Pyrogel on him, and so we should be able to murder him pretty decently. And, like, I could use my ability here to soften him up. We're not going to do that because we'd rather just hit Archeon. And I don't want to play the Root Seeds here because I don't want the sap. It wouldn't be too bad because the sap would mostly be just dissipating by the time it's relevant. But either way, we already have the victory. And there we go. Ta-da! Okay, now, in the ideal world, I mean, we're definitely not taking Shard Chandler here. 100% not helpful. Soldier of Fortune is pretty good, though. Gives us a lot of avarice. It gives us a little bit of armor. And it gives us a lot of attack. And Pyroclasm is sort of interesting. I mean, I don't have any way to give it magic power, but it's pretty good in general. I think I'm going to take Soldier of Fortune, though. Honestly, probably Greed Dragon is the answer here. Yeah, I will take Greed Dragon. It's a little weird for me, but mostly it's going to be good. I think I want the Ember. And what I really am hoping for is that we get the other Dragon Sword extension thing. All of these are good. I think I might lean towards Shale Shell. Just as a little bit of extra survivability. But on the other hand, my Hotheads having 8 extra attack is also more survivability because they're able to kill more things on their attack. I will take the Sharpened Teeth, I guess. We are definitely taking Flaming Talons. It's quite good. Though Taskmaster's Lash with like the Vine Grasp is pretty solid. Maybe I want that instead. I'm still gonna take Flaming Talons for now. There's a very good chance that we end up getting that anyways. I'm gonna do the Cursed Vines, though I really like Wing Steel. It's a little less good in this game because of the Vengeful Shards and less access to cost reduction, but it's still good. I feel like they're not that great as far as the new clan scope, but I love Pyroborn. I think they're still pretty strong. I do think their lack of defense is somewhat of a hurdle to overcome. But they have a lot of good tools. Pyrogel in general is very strong, at least at the numbers that you're currently able to apply it. Both of their champions are pretty decent. I think Phoenix is a bit on the weaker side, but still a pretty strong champion. I think overall they're probably a more consistent clan than Luna. Banished is probably a little stronger than them, just because it's a fairly consistent. And it's a fairly consistent clan and has a variety of good tools. And then Under Legion and Lazarus are definitely stronger, but that doesn't really mean... That does not reflect much on the strength of Pyroborn. I did kind of want to go here, and actually maybe should have, because I really would like to get the other Horde extension, but I didn't look at it, and it's too late now. We'll just take Golden Crown 2. I don't think I totally need to, but here we are. We're going to skip on the Miser. It's not, like, bad necessarily, but it doesn't do what I'd want. Well, I kind of want a Titanite. I will take Smidgestone, though. Luna seems like the worst. They have a lot of good things they can do. But I think they don't have consistent damage scaling is one of the bigger things, and their units are just kind of a little wonky. I don't know. They've got some hurdles to overcome, though overall they're mostly fine. Okay, we'll do it like this, I guess. I like all the new clans, Miss Wormkin, though. As do I. As an aside, if you guys didn't see, they put out a roadmap today for Monster Train 2 upcoming updates. So that's something cool to look forward to. Yeah, I'm not going to use a Soldier of Fortune yet. Because I don't want to pull a Spear Steward, and also I don't have the 30 gold to spend on it. Because if I could get... I would like to get, like, the Greed Dragon with Avarice. Would be nice. Okay, so doing this order... Doesn't quite kill, but so be it. Ooh, nice, didn't see that. Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't go into, like, great details on anything, because it's just a roadmap, and I'm sure their plans are still, you know, up in the air to some degree. And also, they want to keep quiet for the time being. But, yeah, it's something I'm excited for. Like, they at the very least are mentioning that a new clan is coming, new game mode. I'm really curious what the new game mode is going to entail. Okay, so we just need Phoenix to get to max horde. There we go. The rebalance is coming, that's great. Yeah, I mean, like, that in no way surprises me that they've been working on balance adjustments. It was just a matter of time. For some reason, I was expecting his stats to change when I drew him from that, based on the Horde account, and then they didn't, and I was very confused. But that's because I was just looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, anyways, we'll just let him solo Ajax, I guess. And put his avarice to work to repay the 30 gold we invested in him. An ad showed up, I got tilted and typed on impulse. Gotcha. I was wondering, it was a very violent reaction out of nowhere. But ads are pretty bad. Fanning the Flame is cute. It's especially cute with Life Mother's Pyre, where we could maybe be duping it later after powering it up. Nonetheless, not very helpful for us right now. Greed is a no. Some point I have to master it. It's not an altogether bad card. There are good ways to use it, namely if you're like applying a lot of Pyre Gel on one floor and then you want to cast it on a second floor to kill things. I don't like that as much, though, because part of the strength of a Pyre Gel build is that you can usually kill enemies before they get to attack. And so, letting them survive to another floor is usually not what you want. I will just take the Brain Spike, even if it gives me a Ember. Ensnare is okay. Focus Growth is not actually terrible for me here. Fanning the Flame seems good for constant build-up. Kind of. The problem with Fanning the Flame is that it's a random target. And it starts at such low damage. And honestly, the, 3 damage permanent scaling is fairly low. But, it can be cute. It's just that it's hard to get it rolling in the first place. And also with Pyreborn, since their defense is a lot sketchier than other clans. And obviously, like, you have access to your secondary clans' defenses too, so it's not like you're fully without defenses. But anyways, with having sketchier defense in Pyreborn, it is more important for you to be killing enemies before they get to attack. So it's harder to justify leaving enemies around for fanning the flame to get easy slay targets. Also, there's a number of things in clan that already do like AoE damage, like the other explosive spells, or Phoenix, or Hothead, yada yada yada. So it's very easy to accidentally kill the enemies that you would want to get the slay triggers on anyways. But it's kind of a cool card, I don't know. I don't really want Focus Growth, but I feel like I should take Focus Growth. So we're going to take it, I guess. And then we're going to loot this shit. I want all of these. Hellfire Bellows obviously is quite good, especially it already works with the Flaming Talons. I think we're taking Taskmaster's Lash, partly because I have Cursed Vines. And so every turn I generate a shitty little damage spell. So if I need to, I can use that on like the Hotheads to lower their cooldown. And that seems pretty good. And here's the Hellfire Bellows anyways. We don't need Channel Heart. Attuned Whetstone is good, but again, I don't have any equipment. But just the ability to get... the ability to play around it is very nice, because it means that we can look to making like a 5-cost equipment with no downside. Could also take Golden Idol now, and that just represents a lot of gold. And I think I want to do that. So, we'll do that. I probably should go here. I am going to go here. I don't care about Unstable Pyre Sparks. Maybe. It's maybe useful in that I could play down Stewards early, and then if I need to make space for the Greed Dragon later, I can just blow up the Steward if it's still alive. Honestly, I will take it for that rationale. Also, it gets an artifact out of the pool, which is okay. And keep in mind that I do draw this with Dante's Footstool. Enchanted Chamber is sort of cute, since I do have the Cursed Vine, so they could be buffing that damage. Not to mention I have a bunch of other damage spells. It would make it so that I couldn't really use the Cursed Vines to trigger Taskmaster's Lash. Not the end of the world. Steward's Quarters is just free capacity, which is not terrible. Especially if I want to be using Greed Dragons later. I lean towards doing the Sacrificial Chamber, though. Yeah, that's fine. I might get rid of it later and swap it out for something better, but... Hellheart's pretty good. The rest of these do not matter to me. And there it is. Okay. Yep. We'll just make a third alchemy. I do wish that I could get the Artificial Pyre Stone as well, but so be it. Okay. So, Marker Invasion it is. We farming boss artifact with this, boys? Yeah, that we are. Ooh, yeah, I forgot that it's these guys, which is a little annoying. Because it does represent quite a bit of corruption. Because it would be 15 corruption. And I need Phoenix to be able to shoot several times if I'm hitting the max. Technically, I don't need to hit the max. I need to hit like 12. But I'm sorry, Hothead. You're going to suffer the consequences of my sins. Had I thought about it harder, I probably just would have done this slightly differently. But, so be it. Yeah, alright, Hothead dies. So be it. Okay, so you're already dying, but we'll just do that because it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is not the most efficient way to do this, but we'll go ahead and do it so we can apply that again. Also, you have a bit of Avarice now, though it would have been more helpful to have the Avarice on the Hothead. Also, I'm not going to be killing too many more things on this floor because I let the Hothead die, and so the Sacrificial Chamber is not going to do tons of work for us. Let's do that so you can preserve your ability. It's not too important for him to preserve the ability since, again, I will have a Curse of Vines if I want to use it on this coming turn. Well, I would like to get rid of the Calcified Umber, but I can't leave the Entropic Crystals unplayed, so... Okay, you just explode everything. That does give you a fair bit of sap. Also, I don't need that to generate more horde. I think we're just doing the healing here. It's not incredibly exciting, but we're doing it. And then we'll prep you so you can help blow these guys up. What's the upgrade on Alchemy? It's from an event. It gives -4 cost to it. So it costs 0. I really wanted the Soldier of Fortune on the right turn. But... I think this pays off more gold than I spend on it. Obviously, I do take a little bit of damage from the... on the Pyre this way. If I had one more ping, I could get him down to... 0 cooldown and use his ability again. But that's fine. Well, 1380 before second boss artifact. Yep. It's exciting stuff. Yeah, and so we spent 30 gold on this. We got something like 60 gold back. So definitely worth using the Soldier of Fortune there. I've never taken the -4 from that event. Always ended up taking triple stack. Triple stack is okay, but -4 is sometimes very useful. In particular, we had already known that Spell Chain was in the shop, and so by taking the -4, and we have Life Mother's Pyre, so I can dupe things at will. So I saw that I could very easily hit the horde cap if I wanted. And that seemed good. So I feel like we should take payoff. I don't know that it's really warranted, but I don't know. It feels right. Alternatively, I just take another brain spike, or I skip. Also, I could use the moneymaker. Actually, we'll use Wealthy Wealth. God, Awake is pretty expensive. And I mostly don't care, but it's probably worth it. How much HP does Phoenix have at rank 3? 80. I was definitely looking at the wrong one for a moment, and I was like, how does he go from having 45 at rank 2 to having 45 at rank 3? Turns out he doesn't. Don't think I've ever picked Wealthy Wealth. It's a weird one. It's a little hard to justify, but it can generate you a lot of gold, especially if you have cooldown reduction or if you give it endless so you can just play it out every turn, since its cooldown starts at 0, so it's available to use it the moment you play it out. I guess we'll take Awake. I'm not totally sold on that, but we're going to end up with extra Ember per turn anyways and things like that. I honestly don't super want the Conduit. Kind of. I don't know that I care about Ember Charge. I also don't really have upgrades on spells, but that will change. I'll just take the Ember Charge, I guess, in case it ends up mattering. Medallion of Superiority is nice since, like, the Hotheads do have upgrades, so do the Greed Dragons, though +6/+6 is not important on the Greed Dragons when they're already getting, you know, 140 or 130 stats, whatever, when I play them out. We'll just take the Shell. It's pretty good. That Ember Charge is a potato. You're not wrong. I think we just want the draw for now. And I don't have a tuned Whetstone. The removals are vaguely appealing. Obviously, I could also get, like, an equipment here, which could be good. If I really wanted to, I could even look for Endless for the Wealthy Whelp. I wasn't really planning on that, but I could. Could do it. Alright, we're going here. Fine. Should I? No. Am I? Yes. It vaguely does useful things for me, so it's okay. And then we're getting rid of Spear Steward 1, Spear Steward 2. I'm gonna give you HP. It is maybe questionable, but that's fine. And then we're going to remove more things from the deck. What those things are is a little uncertain. Remove Ember. I was considering it. It mostly is fine to leave, because there's a good chance I will play it out during the fight. I just didn't on that last fight because it lined up on the turn where I had the Blight that I didn't want to the entropic blight, and I couldn't leave that unplayed. I'm gonna leave it for now. We might remove it later. We're just gonna remove a handful of things and call that good. And then we're fighting Kale, which is whatever. Okay. You're making a lot of money from room and ability anyways. Yes. I mean, like, I'm not generating tons from the room at this point, but yes. Overall, I am generating a hefty amount. I have a lot of Ember. Okay. Also, I should have done this first, but I didn't. That's okay. And then the healing is a waste, but it does still help out. Okay. Well, I have to play that basically. I would like to play this. Oh, no, there it goes. It just took a moment for it to catch up. Okay, not killing you, but we killed the majority of what matters. We're doing this. I keep thinking that for some reason I was thinking that this dies when using its ability. Not at all the right whelp for that. That's fine. It having the HP is still okay, although a little less helpful at the moment. Mostly fine. And obviously I didn't get to play out the calcified Ember. That's okay. We'll make do. We are going to be generating a lot of golds. So I'm not too worried about things. Do this for the Greed Dragon. Oh, whoops, a little early. That's fine. Not a big deal. Okay, I still have the Alchemy coming up. I did mean to leave myself the ability to play the Awake. And actually, maybe I want to do that instead. Yeah, let's actually just do this slightly differently. So I'll still do this. I'm just not going to play out the Greed Dragon, but he does have the Avarice and the armor for when we want it. I did that in the wrong order for some reason. I knew I messed it up as I was doing it, and I still just sat there and saw it happen. Okay, so we draw that. We don't play him out. That's fine. Let's do this in the correct way. There we go. That's all I was trying to do. And then you're dying. I will blow you up right now to get a little bit more damage on him. Gotta play that out, sadly, but fine. And then we play you out for the pure greed of the thing. Not the one I meant to hit, but that's fine. I'll just pull you back up. You don't quite die. Probably gonna take Amber Upgrade at this rate. Yeah, we're either taking it from the boss artifact or from the real thing. I was leaning towards taking it from the real thing, but not totally certain yet what my plan is. So I could do that. I could also... Yeah, like, that's good enough. Also gives you a little bit of armor, which is cute. Yeah, we'll just let Phoenix die and ability one more time. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, seems overall pretty decent to me. And I just barely survived that attack. Yeah, we'll do like this, even though I'm taking the Vengeful Shard damage. I'm not wildly concerned about that. Heal you up. And then we'll use your ability again. We are generating a lot of gold. Okay. Alright, he survives at 1, and so we can use his ability one more time. And then we're not going to buff the guys down below because we get slightly more Avarice procs, probably, by doing a little less damage per strike. And thus, we have 1,600 gold, which is not bad. Plus we get the actual gold from the fight. Okay, now we have choices. Unleash the Wildwood is probably legitimately the better play for later use with, like, Greed Dragons. Tome of Contracts, obviously very good with anything that uses abilities, like the Hotheads. But I think we're doing Unleash the Wildwood. And then, what are we doing? Hello, thanks for the follow. We're probably taking space. So, we do want capacity at some point. But, mostly we're deciding... So, mostly we're deciding... With the Horde, we're going to be getting a boss artifact as well. And we can only get one of each kind, so we're really just deciding what we want more of. And I don't think I need double capacity at this point. I already have Smidgestone on the Greed Dragon. I'm doing okay having my things spread across multiple floors. Like, yeah, it might be nice to be able to fit 2 Hotheads together, but I think just a single capacity upgrade is more than good enough for what we need. So we don't need that from the real upgrade. I kind of want draw. Although I don't totally need to be hitting 10 cards a turn, and if I do hit 10 cards a turn, then I don't get to draw the Curse of Vines, which is honestly not great for me. So I think we're just going Ember, even though it's a little unnecessary. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. That's fine. Like, it's good for me. It does mean that I basically just no longer have to worry about Ember on any turn ever, which has been a problem up till now. We don't care about Whelps. We'll just take the Medallion. I don't have equipment, and I'm not sure I want Conduit. I mean, I kind of do, but mostly don't. We'll just take the Firecracker, even though it doesn't matter. And then we'll take the Capacity for now. And after one more battle, we're going to get, you know, the other upgrade, so it largely doesn't matter. Okay, so we have a lot of gold. A whole lot of gold. And I have ideas on how we're going to use it. I think we want to do Merchant of Magic. Obviously, we could also go to this Merchant of Magic. But I do want to look at, like, Holdover for Unleash the Wildwoods. I want Intrinsic for Soldier of Fortune. Kind of. I don't really want I don't want to hit the Wealthy Whelp, but I do like it being able to hit the Greed Dragon. I kind of want to do Remove Consume and -2 on the Brain Spike. I think this is good enough. Hello, Ashiaka. How you doing? Also, events are not bad for us. Thanks for the raid, by the way. We're just going to go Golden Crown 3, though it basically doesn't matter. Okay. Well, isn't that interesting? I mean, we're probably taking Savage Heart. Although, it's a little shenanigans for me. For a variety of reasons. But, we'll take it. Yeah, we'll put it on him, I think. It's obviously good on the Hotheads, too, if I'm letting them take hits. And I am hitting them with the Vine Grass to my regular, so maybe that would have been better, but here we are. Yeah, I don't actually need to worry about the Awake anymore. I will do that just to make it a little easier. Magic Power will go... Honestly, doesn't matter. This is going on Soldier of Fortune. I don't need the Holy Stone. Okay, so we're going to remove Consume the Brain Spike. We could have also removed Consume the Soldier of Fortune, which would have been cute, but we're doing Spell Chain on that. I'm okay. Tired and tilted. Lost a 12 streak to drawing a Lone Coat late, although I could have restarted, maybe done better. Still, fuck Cal. And then lost an Ardoon run because of 1. Inspires really are barely better than dead weights. And literally visited every single fucking steel shop and no multi-strike, so couldn't scale fast enough for double heavies. Although I kind of hate Fledgling Angel. You mean Demonic Fledgling? Demonic Fledgling is great. -1 on Spike? Yeah, that's probably what we're doing. I was considering Unleash the Wildwood, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're just doing this. Demonic Fledgling is, in my experience, trash. Well, your experience is wrong. It's a great unit. I mean, like, obviously you're welcome to your own opinion, but I think it's a pretty solid unit. Like, people generally are very happy with Battle Dancer, and Demonic Fledgling is just the more offensive, less defensive version of Battle Dancer, and I usually will make that trade Like, I definitely prefer Demonic Fledgling to Battle Dancer. Particularly since we live in a world of double 500 HP heavies. Like, the offensive scaling is way more important to me, and Banished already has a variety of good defensive tools. Also, having a bunch of Valor on... Having Valor on a bunch of units doesn't super help with defense anyways, since only the front unit is getting the armor from the Valor. Technically, there are ways you can manage that by having, like, rotating which one ends up front each turn so that you are getting armor on multiple dudes, but realistically, having, like, multiple Demonic Fledglings is going to do a lot more for you than having, like, multiple Battle Dancers. Honestly, it doesn't scale particularly fast and it's also squishy. It scales pretty fast. And yeah, it is squishy, but again, Banish has a lot of ways to, like, give damage shields, some ways to kill enemies before they can attack. You can have a tanky frontliner with Valor, yada yada yada. Like, obviously there are some problems you need to overcome, but I think for the most part, it's fairly reasonable. Okay, so what else are we doing? I do want to dupe things, although I think mostly I want to just dupe the Greed Dragon in a bit. And I'm kind of waiting on that so I don't up the cost of that too much. I don't think I really need the fire starters anymore. Like, they're fine for me, but we'll just drop a bunch of those. Mind you, the smaller I make my deck, the more often I'm going to have to play at the Entropic Crystals, which is a bit annoying, but it's fine. Also, fuck the silencers. We should still be largely okay, but whatever. Okay, have to play that out. I'm not going to play you on bottom floor yet. We do want... Like, I want to get the rage gain, but we do also need to get you more HP. Want to dupe Greed Dragon now. Because now it has the permanent rage gain, and so I would like it to take some hits first before I dupe it. That's all. It's not wildly important, but that is the reasoning. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do it like this. Yeah, unfortunately, Greed Dragon is in hand, not my deck, which is unhelpful to some of my needs. I did this in the wrong order, but that's okay. Well, you're gonna die anyway, so we may as well do some damage there. Alright, we'll do this. Even if the other Soldier of Fortune goes to waste. Oh, you barely survived, which is fine. But I would have preferred you die. It's not a big deal because you still get to attack it and get the Avarice. Yeah, these guys, not ideal, but this is partly why we took the Jackstrips earlier, because it just auto-kills them before they get a chance to bother us ever. Whoops, not the one I was trying to pick up. So I'd love to Vine Grasp you to reduce your cooldown, but I can't because it doesn't work that way. Because you'll just die if I do that. So, instead what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, fuck you and your no valid target bullshit. I mean, whatever. I didn't actually need to do that. Fine. Anyways, just have a bunch of avarice. It's whatever. It always bothers me that you can't use Hothead's ability without enemies on the floor. Like, I get the rationale, but it really doesn't feel like it needs to be that way. My bad. Wrong ordering. Kind of. Yeah, I do get more golds for using this first. So, let's do that. Also, I should do that first. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Okay, well, here we are. I should have used the root seeds first, and it didn't even occur to me. We are at the point where I may be struggling to kill things. I really wanted to draw the Greed Dragon again by now, but here we are. Would have loved to kill him as well, but hey. We're doing that so I get the extra draw, although then I'm not generating the Vine Grasp, whatever, it's fine. It is what it is. It's not great in a number of ways, but... Okay, so you are dying on that floor. And I kind of want you to get hit. Like, it's fine. We're not going to make great use of the, We're not going to make great use of the rage scaling, but it is what it is. Okay, it's fine. Take a little bit more damage. I need to have played you out earlier to get any benefit out of it. Also, it's just hard on this fight because I don't really want you on bottom floor just taking a pounding from the 12 damage guys. It's a lot to ask. Okay, whatever. We're fine. Yeah, we're greedily gonna do this so we can use your ability again. And then do that so we can use your ability again. And then they all died to the jackstrips, which is, by the way, why we put the sacrificial chamber on this floor, because when they die to the jackstrips, they do ascend first. Honestly, a little surprised that I'm dying here, but fair enough. It's pretty close. Just pull boss? Yeah. A fair point. But money... I mean, we still get a good chunk of money here. Like, a lot of money. Anyways, we have nearly 3,000. Obviously, like... Well, we have more than 3,000 now. Obviously, we could get a lot more than that doing other things, but that's fine. In equivalent exchange, not bad for us since we are very easily hitting 13 Horde. I probably should take it, but I think I'm not going to. I lean towards taking the Mine Cage. Yeah, we'll take the Mine Cage. And then, I probably could have used Pyrogrow there, even though it's a card that I generally hate. We're just going to skip that for gold and skip that for gold. And then we'll take the extra Ember per turn. And with our 180 damage power... Oh, I'm sorry. 220. Didn't update yet. 220 damage power. Okay. So, I was going to go here and look for, like, a different room that we could pull out with Dante's Footstool. And maybe look for some good equipment. I don't know that I care. I think we're just going here. Kind of cute. Definitely not important. Not important. Does not matter. Only vaguely matters. Buy them all, we rich. I mean, I could. Okay, a holdover, Holy Stone, kind of cute. Okay, we'll buy that. I'll buy that. Okay. Thought about getting rid of the focus growth, but here we are. There's a lot of things I could do. I think this is just what we're going to do. So we have 2 of those. Now we have 3 of those. Now we have 4 of those. Now we have a second Soldier of Fortune. Now we have 5. 6. It's not perfect because I do need to actually build up the Horde first. But that's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do also have the Whelp. It's kind of my problem with good economy. You generate a lot of gold, but have nothing spent unless you are duping Pyre. I mean, yeah, there are ways to spend it fairly well. So, like, first off, yes, you might end up with extra gold that you can't spend. Not that big a deal if you are still buying out like the entire trinket shop and can buy every single upgrade you want with impunity and can remove every card you care about. Like, that's still plenty of power even if you have nothing else to spend your remaining 2,000 gold on. Also, like, if you do have good economy generation, earlier in the run you can visit more like Merchants of Trinkets, buy more artifacts. A lot of the stuff at the artifact pool is pretty solid. And sort of the only reason I don't visit it more often is because it is expensive. And if you're only looking for like one thing, it's hard to justify going there. But if you know that you're going to be able to pick up like 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts, going there midway through a run, not bad. This This is definitely excessive. Sure, let's just go nuts. This is a bad strategy for a number of reasons, but that's what we got. Alright, was that the correct play? Not at all. Is it the play that we did do? Yeah, it's what we did. Yep, saw this coming. Oh yeah, I don't have enough gold for all this. That's fine. Not a big deal. I maybe should have done that on Phoenix. I didn't realize that I had so many things that I didn't pull out that I didn't play out one of the shield stewards. Well, that feels like a waste, but that's fine. Poor wealthy whelp. Okay, so you'll explode there, that's fine. Let's just get rid of you. Okay, my deck is a mess, but so be it. Okay, so now we have decent gold. Alright, let's pull you up front. Not the ordering I should have done things in, but who cares? Who really cares? Oh no, I'm being weakened. Oh, I made them stronger. I didn't think about that. That's fine. I'm not too worried about the situation. And yes, I have way more alchemies than are necessary. I duped them just so that I would more reliably draw them early into a fight. That was the only reason. Yeah, you're gonna die now. Honestly, don't care. Not a big deal. Okay, so you just need to die to a Vine Grasp, although you have stupid Titan skin, so it takes some doing to get you killed. My question is, do you loot the Horde after this fight or no? I'm planning to not. Such disrespect for the poor Greed Dragon. He did feel pretty poor. Good buddy, good pal. Had I realized I was going to draw you, I would have played out the Savage Shackles earlier. End up not mattering, but... Oh, and now you are... I'm sorry, we did this in slightly the wrong order. Hello, King Steam. I mean, there are artifacts I can get, because I do get artifacts from the normal pool. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it does not matter. It is definitely more helpful for me to just start the next fight at full Ember. Not full Ember, full Horde. Also, wrong order. It doesn't matter. You can have that. Who cares? And then you're going down here so that you are not depriving me of the Rage game. Although the Rage, barely important. A 13 don't get normal artifact and fair certain, just 2 minor and boss. Maybe. I don't remember offhand. I thought you still got a thing. Yeah, unfortunately the Silence dude prevents me from really utilizing the Wealthy well. Oh, there's no capacity there. Well, never mind on that plan then. There's still 3 units to pull. Fine. Stupid shield steward. You piece of shit. I can't kill you. Well, I'm not going to do foolish things. Like, if I play him here, we won't get any stats on him because the Silence dude prevents that. Also, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think it matters a whole ton. So I have to go for 7 dragons on the floor. I mean, that was the general plan. We are going to avoid it at the moment just so we can play the Wealthy Whelp here too and get even more gold. Though the gold does not matter at this point. Also, we're going to do that just for a little bit of gold since I have nothing else to target here. Whatever, here we go. That's fine. Yes, go forth, my dragons, and we're back up to 1,000 gold, even though I spent every single bit of gold before we began. Yeah, I see. Yes, you are correct. Don't get a normal artifact just to begin the minor artifacts, which I don't care about the ones, the remaining minor artifacts. Because it's the conduit on equip one, I only have one equip thing and I don't want the conduit. And it's the web supply pyre gel on strike, which does not matter to me. Okay, so actually gonna do it like this, which is not what I had originally intended. Oh, and I don't have the other hothead in here. Well, that's fine, I guess. Also, one of you has more rage than the other. It's this one, which I meant to play out, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. I definitely have more Soldiers of Fortune than necessary now, but fine. Okay, so number 1. Number 2. Although I didn't leave myself a room for the hothead doing it this way. Also should have played this first. That's fine. I don't strongly care. Okay. I have no more units to draw. I'll just let that cycle. Could have skipped deployment phase and started recruiting this turn too. That was the original plan, and then I didn't, and it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not exactly how I want to do things, but on the other hand... Yeah, Hothead's gonna die this way, whatever, that's fine. That is an unhelpful series of draws, if I've ever seen one. These alchemies do nothing for me! I forgot that you do basically no damage. I should have used the root seeds. It's fine. I was hoping to play another unit here to block savagery. I didn't. It's okay. There are ways I could have made it work. Not a big deal. I mean, who cares? Well, we're basically there. Savagery and Entropy are both down. Finally got my other units that I'd been hoping for. And then you're going to die this turn, so, you know, it's a life. Enjoy. Well, I'm going to do this just for the healing, even though it means I don't get to play out the poor hothead. And there we go. What a fight. It's not a short run, because I did play it fairly slowly, but that's okay. It's a pretty fun run. Definitely went mad with power with the gold at the end. And I didn't use the Soldier of Fortunes as well as could have been, but, you know, realistically, didn't matter. Also, I did appreciate how much gold the Wealthy Whelp generated for me. Because he was giving me, what, 65 gold every time I used him, and I was using him 1 to 2 times a turn. So, that was pretty good. Coins earned, 7,571. How exciting. Okay, so, I know I was just looking at the logbook and totally spaced out and didn't pick a thing. So, what are we playing next? I kind of want to do Luna, maybe Under Legion. Obviously, I could just do one of the Monster Train 1 clans. Who do you think is the weakest champion compared to all others? Probably Penumbra. Like, yeah, it sort of does some work for you early game, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's a bad champion, and especially, like, Monstrous. Monstrous was already bad in Monster Train 1, at least as far as in the DLC. Pre-DLC, it was pretty okay. But with the DLC, Monstrous it just did not have the stats to matter most of the time, and that is still the case here. It takes up too much capacity, requires you to take a capacity upgrade to even play it, especially now that you can't even use Space Prism with Intrinsic to play it on turn 1 because it doesn't go to deployment phase. I really think they need to make Space Prism deployable. Or, like, I would even be happy with them just making it, like, cost extra during deployment and cost 0 elsewhere. Monsters are pretty great with Banished Valor stacking. I would not call it great with Valor stacking. I'd call it okay. Because again, we live in a world of double 500 HP heavies. Monstrous is 250 damage that you're devoting an entire floor to, that you're taking a boss upgrade to even play out onto the floor. Doesn't even do half damage to one of the heavies. Like, you still need tons of damage scaling, and the trample doesn't matter if you are not doing enough damage to crack, like, you know, the unit that he's attacking and then some. So, like, yeah, there are ways you can make monsters work. It's not a good path, though. And Glutton is fine. It's better than Monster Train 1, since just, like, a large attack in this game matters more, and you are more easily able to set up, like, Penumbra on a separate floor than the rest of what you're doing. But it's still not good, and Architect is also not good. Like, again, it's bad when the best thing you can say about a champion path is it effectively is a Space Prism and a free, moderately powerful attack. Somehow I hate Eka much more than Penumbra. At least he does something early game. Well, Eka does nothing early game. Eka still does stuff early game. Yeah, she has a rocky start early game sometimes, but I think you're underestimating how much she can do for you even early game. And, again, she is much more consistently useful than Penumbra. Like, yes, Penumbra can give you some early game strength. That is the strength of Penumbra. I don't think that's enough to justify it as a champion. This also applies to Burn Bright Rector. Yes, I don't remember the exact stats on Burn Bright Rector. the difference between them is that Burn Bright Rector is not taking up 6 capacity. And so, like, a fairly chunky statted unit that takes up only 2 capacity and costs you 0 Ember, not at all comparable to 6 capacity bad stat Penumbra. Like, that's way more workable. 300, I think that's correct. But so, like, yeah, Burn Bright still does stuff. Like, it's not the most interesting path, but, like, it does provide good value to you. And there's a lot of ways in Remnant to, like, play around the burnout, either by doing burnout extension, or you can even just reform Rector repeatedly, which also has the added benefit of effectively full healing him all the time, which also makes it better than Monstrous Penumbra, which has 250 attack and only 120 HP, and late game enemies can do a lot of damage, especially when bosses are hitting for 35 damage minimum a turn. I was referring to the 500 HP tanks versus beatsticks. Yes, but again, having a unit that only takes up 2 capacity and requires very little investment and still allows you to do other things on the floor is very different than Penumbra being your entire floor and still not able to deal with the tanks. Burn Brace 200, gotcha. Fair enough. Still way better than Monstrous Penumbra. Anyways, I think it was Tiny who said Tethys Luna, which I'm pretty sure we haven't done. Yeah, okay, sure. We'll do Tethys Luna. We're probably taking the Witch Weave. Is that true? Do I actually ever want Witch Weave? I don't know that I do. I think we actually probably want the Moon Ritual. Like, the amount of conduit it applies is not great, but having the phase control is nice. It's also an incant spell that we can do every turn. I mean, technically that's true of Witch Weave as well, but, like, who cares? Technically, Tethys' conduit path and now does gain conduit, so we could get a little bit of extra damage off of the Witch Weaves. I don't remember how much extra gold or extra conduit it gains, though. I think at rank 1 it's only like 1. 2 at rank 1. Yeah. Preemptive Goodbye Collector. Mentioning the Collector is a fair point in favor of Witch Weave. Side note, I do wish that Tethys' weapon didn't glow quite so much. It does get kind of distracting when looking at Tethys herself. I don't know. I just generally really dislike Witch Weave. But the extra damage from Conduit, if we end up going that path, which we probably should, it's definitely the best path for... Well, I mean, like, the spell weakness is okay. We're just gonna take Moon Ritual. We'll see what happens. Oh, God, and Pyre of Entropy. Why? Why? It's very frustrating for incant decks because, like, drawing just 1,000 blights on turn is really dumb. I mean, like, it's fine, it's whatever, it's still workable, but it feels dumb. Anytime I specify anything other than Bogworm Pyre, it's just sadism. I mean, most of the Pirates I think are pretty solid. Like, again, strength-wise, Entropy is okay. I think it's decently powerful. I really hate using it, though. And yes, I am stalling because I'm not sure which of these I want to take. I think we're taking Lightstone Casing. Especially when we already have, like, Celestial Storm. It's a pretty decent thing especially if we end up like not seeing Conduit Tethys, which I mentioned because Conduit Tethys would minus cost this, and so if we don't see Conduit Tethys, then being able to more freely minus cost this and still look for like holdover or magic power on it would be good. But we're gonna take Lightstone Casing, and again, Manifold Mirror does nothing for us currently. Okay, so we're gonna take Conduit. I would have considered Handheld Totem if it showed, just because it could be interesting, putting a bunch of spell weakness on things and then shooting them to death with a empowered spell. But Conduit is definitely just the better choice for us. Okay. I guess we're gonna do like this. And then do that. Yeah, so we can't play out the Celestial Storm except on Tethys' floor. That's fine. This was largely a known quantity. The Cold Kalia is going to die over time. That's fine. We're just using her to soften things up and keep Tethys alive more easily. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So you would die like this. I think we'll keep you alive. It's not going to help a ton. Well, can't play out the Celestial Storm, sadly, but that's okay. We at least apply a decent bit of Frostbite to you. And I'm not going to use the Frozen Lance, because if we... Actually, don't know what's in my draw pool. Yeah, I mean, whatever. This is slightly better. Not a ton better. Well, still taking some pyro damage because I didn't get to use the Celestial Storm on the turn that I wanted, but that's okay-ish. Took 2 hits. Not ideal, but it's within acceptable ranges. I could take the Mollusk Mage decently freely, and it is legitimately pretty decent with the Celestial Storm, since it represents 50 extra damage on the Celestial Storm thanks to Attuned. Which is not bad. I don't love Mollusk Mage in general, though. Flash Freeze is okay. Energy Siphon is whatever. I guess I'll take the Mollusk Mage. Okay. So I don't care about Meddler. Starstruck is obviously good just because it turns out Daze is pretty solid. And we do sort of have phase control with the Moon Rituals. Moonbeam, I kind of want. Especially because Conduit Tethys is eventually going to be minus costing everything else. And so, or at least all the damage spells. And so there's a fairly good chance that we'll be able to sink decent Ember into the Moonbeam, like every time it shows up.
We're probably not going to be generating like an insane amount of conduit, but it still is kind of a cool damage card. And I kind of want it. There we go. I think the Star Strike is probably better, but I'm going to just take the Moonbeam anyways, even though it gives me the calcified number. I really want to go here. I do think I should probably go for the Merchant of Steel, though. As much as I don't totally want to. But there's no Merchant of Steel in the next ring, and that's a problem for me. So, here we go. Smidge Stone I like. Endless I'm less excited about. Moon Guard. Okay. Not what I had in mind. I was sort of leaning towards just taking, like, the Shade Guard, if it showed. But Moon Guard is interesting. Yeah, I'll take a Moon Guard. And we'll take Incant Armor. I did want Multi-Strike, obviously. Oh, and I have enough for Conduit, which is going to go on you. And just make you Conduit 15, I guess. It's not wildly exciting, but it's fine. Okay, look at us go. So, since Tethys does provide Conduit, it just naturally powers up the Moon Guard. It's not insane, but it is a thing. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to do it this way so we kill these guys. So if the Collector spawns here next turn, we can kill them. I think, yeah. Like, obviously we take more damage on our frontliner this way, but I think it was worth it. This is part of why I hate energy siphons. We can't use them on our encamped floor if there's no enemy there. Now, I should probably play the Stewards. I do really want to get rid of the Calcified Ember, though. So we're going to get rid of the Calcified Ember. Okay, so you're currently dying without getting... without killing the backliner. Which I could do this to kill the backliner, and I guess I will. It barely matters. And I'm pretty confident the Moon Guard is going to be able to kill him. Based on the whole deals about 100 damage per strike situation. Okay, we're just going to play these here for the extra armor. Because doing them elsewhere basically didn't matter. Okay, we do a tiny bit of damage. And then Moon Guard beats him to death. I should have left the phase in New Moon because we would have done a lot more damage per strike. Doesn't matter. Not important. Yeah, we probably want the Crypt Builder. Moonlit Glaive is cool. Probably not necessary, though. Yeah, I'll just take Starstruck, I guess, even though my deck is getting chunky, but that's fine. It's what's expected. Merchant of Arms is useful, but we're going here. I don't have a lot to spend, unfortunately. So, like, I could do -2 and then remove Consume. I don't really care about that. Although it could be cute on the Moonbeam. But I would rather re-roll. Okay, we're going to Intrinsic this, though it isn't wildly helpful yet. Eel Gorgon. Well, isn't that cute? Okay. Unfortunately, Eel Gorgon, not actually the best for me here. And I sort of wish I'd taken the Moonlit Glaive. Do I want Eel Gorgon, or do I just want to make more Moon Guards? I might just want to make more Moon Guards. Yeah, I'm actually going to skip on the Eel Gorgon. If we had a different situation, I'd be way more into it. We'll just take Bone Dog's Pendant. I can maybe kind of fit Bone Dog currently, but it just doesn't matter. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. Eel Gorgon probably would have been good, but I didn't take it. Here we are. Okay, so let's daze you for a turn. Oh, whoops. Slightly wrong ordering here. Okay. We daze you. Then we hit you with this because it does more damage in full moon. And then we're back to new moon and we do a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy, but, you know, it's fine. Alright, and then we just build up a little bit of armor. And live our best life. And I do have room for a Spear Steward here, too. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. And then just play out some of the garbage, because, God forbid, I get hands that don't have just a bunch of garbage in them. Yeah, we'll do that now, so then you'll die before hitting top floor. Because it is important to me that I preserve some HP. Okay, so I am not going to phase again, even though it generate more conduit, because this way you hit for way higher damage. Because you lose about 70 damage if we phase again. We don't get a flying kill, that's fine. We'll just kill you in case I don't have a spell to kill you next turn. And then I'll give you spell weakness. Just because I would prefer you not to have the chance to attack me. Unsurprisingly, you didn't. But we didn't know. We didn't know for sure at the time. Alright, then we should win this, even if we end up not phasing back to the correct moon phase. Unsurprisingly, it's not going to matter. But also, we'll just shoot him for 300 damage. So, it's working pretty decently. Spike of the Stygian is a maybe. I don't really like it, but technically it is useful for things like neutering Titan Dominion's attack power. I think it's fine. Ritual Tome is also cute, although it doesn't get the cost reduction from Conduit, which makes it a little sad. We do have Lightstone Casing, though, so we could, like, minus cost it, spell chain it. Like, there are options that are kind of cute. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We'll take it, even though it gives me another thing. God. Scrivener is not as good as I want it to be. I've said this before, but I think the major thing that I want out of Scrivener is I want it to just not be able to hit starter spells with its ability. Because, like, I don't want to get rid of my moon rituals. They are doing decent work for me. But I also, like, when I'm taking a rare unit and I'm using their, like, 2 cooldown ability, I want it to draw me something meaningful. I want it to draw me like a Celestial Storm or a Crypt Builder. I don't want it to draw me a Moon Ritual. But the Lunar Priestess is okay for us. Because I can use it for phase control and for just getting more conduit. I think I'm still taking Scrivener, even though it's a little awkward for us. But we're doing it. We're taking Ember. I also do want capacity, but whatever. Well, I mean, the healing is okay. I can't afford a ton here. And mostly it doesn't matter. I'd be looking for, like, incant armor on the Scrivener, basically. So I think I'm actually pretty okay with going here. Obviously, there's also an armory there, which could be good. But I'll just go here. Take the gold at the very least. Honestly, Seer Orb is pretty useful for me. Though I very much want the extra Deployment Ember. But, like, I have, you know, Energy Siphon. So I am applying the spell weakness semi-regularly. But I do really want this. So. Overall, my big problem with Luna is that their non-banner units are better for the clan. I don't fully agree with that. Like, I know people shit on Luna banners fairly regularly. Or at least complain about them all the time. But, like, I think people overestimate the importance of Meddler and Moon Pixie. Like, yeah, they're good. But, like, the banner pool is still pretty decent. Like, Lunar Priestess is solid. People complain all the time about phase control, and Lunar Priestess is immediately phase control on a very low investment body. Like, yeah, her starting stats aren't great, but she's a 1 capacity unit. Only costs 1. Gives you phase control, gives you extra incants every turn, gives you extra conduit. Like, she does a lot. She functions very well with most of what else is going on in the clan. Nightingale is okay. Probably deserves to be buffed. Selene Acolyte is a sweep unit. It is conditional, but a sweep unit with built-in attack scaling, which is not something that most other sweep units get. And for Luna's general lack of attack scaling, I think that is not something to gloss over. Shade Guard is pretty solid, even with bad phase control. It's just a bunch of free stats. Like, they have a variety of decent things in their banner pool. Mooncaller is important for cycle. Priestess is good, that's no question, but she just gives you one starting spell. Yeah, but she gives you a spell every turn, and it is agnostic to whether you started with Moon Ritual or not, which I think is useful. And, like, yeah, Mooncaller is nice, but you don't need Mooncaller to run a Moon Cycle deck. Like, yeah, she's a good pickup sometimes, but she's far from, like, necessary. I don't know, I'm looking at this again. I don't have gold for that. And there are no events that give gold. Ooh, well that's interesting. So I'm not too worried about the Savage Shackles because I have the extra Deployment Ember. I kind of want the Permanent Rage just because it's good. The only, like, really bad upgrade in this event is the Savage Spirit. 2 attack for every 1 missing HP. There's basically just never a situation where you care about that. Because if you're taking damage, you are probably getting more benefit out of the Permanent Rage than you are doing this. But yeah, anyways, I'm just making decisions here. There's your scaling. I mean, we already have scaling in this build, kind of, but... I'm probably taking the Titan skin, honestly, because already I'm doing a lot of... Like, I'm killing a lot of enemies before they get a chance to attack. And as I get further... I'm probably going to be doing that more often. And so we're not going to get, like, a ton of value off of the Permanent Rage. So we'll just take the Titan skin. Maybe for reanimate stuff about the Yeah, but the Permanent Rage is still better. Yes, like, even when reanimating, you're probably just better with the Permanent Rage. And a lot of, like, Lazarus units, not that you have to use reanimate on Lazarus units, but a lot of Lazarus units don't have a lot of HP to begin with. So even if they're dropped down to 1 HP with the reanimate, it doesn't do a ton. Yes, look at all that beautiful Deployment Ember. Okay. Well, not what I wanted to grab, but that's fine. I'll still play it this turn just for the extra incant. And I'll do that, why not? What about, like, Awoken Hollow plus 120 damage on summon is okay? Yes, it's a single unit, but that is applicable to. But with Awoken Hollow, you are probably healing it, in which case it then loses the attack bonus. So, like, if you really want to leave your Awoken Hollow at 1 HP, or, you know, at its starting HP, and not use its ability throughout the fight, I guess that's an option, but that's not that great. Especially when the healing is your defensive plan semi-often in Awoken. Well, we'll just incant some armor. Sadly, can't get the collector this turn. Oh, maybe. Come on. What is even in my deck? It's just going to draw the frozen lands. I was really hoping that would help me get like a Celestial Storm so I could play that out. God, fucking Pyre of Entropy. And sadly, I can't kill these guys. Whatever. We'll just leave it. Because it wasn't going to help me get the Collector. And using this turn instead might help me kill... I was hoping that would help me kill these guys before they got to top floor. Which it could. Or I can just use it. I can just use the Calcified Ember, which is what I'm going to do. Alright. Take a tiny bit of pyre damage, that's fine. And even if we do get corruption on our frontliner, it's not a big deal. Since he has Incant Armor. And he has 7 Titan Skin, so it takes 7 reduced damage from everything. I did forget that it's Corrin, but I also don't really care that it's Corrin, especially as we wipe out most of what's going on there already. So 2 cooldown means that we will get it back again as Corrin reaches top floor. This is why I did want the extra spell weakness artifact, but whatever. We're not going to worry about doing the Starstruck on Corrin. The days will wear off by next turn anyways, and it does like no damage, so not worth eating the spell weakness on. Not when I can just do this instead. Okay. Well, we'll just do 680 damage to Corrin with that and blow up their frontliners, and then we'll easily beat them to death. I mean, the Glacial Seal's cute. It's not important, though. Ice Storm is okay. It's a decently good spell, but I don't really need it. Ice Storm is nice with Conduit. It is. I'm not generating like an insane amount of Conduit though, and I kind of want to keep my... What I want is I want to be able to use the Celestial Storms more. In the ideal world, we see a holdover and we just put it on this Celestial Storm and we dupe that multiple times because they'll be fully free for me to play. And they will help crowd out the blights that come from Pyre of Entropy. I don't care in the slightest about Preserve right now. Ice Storm is not bad, but we're just going to skip it nonetheless. Cosmic Bolt is okay. Moonrise is okay. I'm just gonna take the Glittering Draught, even though it gives me a Calcified Ember, and also probably doesn't matter. Alright, so, holdover. No. So I kind of want to do this so we can just get some more Conduit right off the bat. Since that seems okay. Also doing this is good. Let's see what we get from the event first. Nope. Not doing it. Not what we need. We're definitely getting rid of the Spear Stewards because they are basically dead draws for me. Consume plus remove. Consume, always good. Yes-ish. It doesn't matter for most of my spells, because Conduit Tethys means that they're all free to play on Tethys' floor. Which, like, yeah, I don't necessarily always want to play them on Tethys' floor, but I'm going to say right now, I basically always want to play on Tethys' floor. Yes. Tome, though, yeah, that is what I'm considering, is that we remove Consume It, we then -2 that, and maybe Intrinsic it, or maybe do other things. I don't know that it super matters to me, but I think that is what we're going to do. Partly I was just debating the gold expenditure of this, because I probably want that Intrinsic as well. In which case, I'm devoting about 200, I think 200 exactly to it. Which means that if I reroll, I wouldn't have enough for, like, holdover. I think maybe I'm actually just taking the Intrinsic and skipping on the others. Yeah, that's fine. We're doing that. Didn't get what I wanted, but fine. Pretty okay with doing Titan Skin 4. Conduit 8, also nice, but... And I could do, like, Spell Weakness 2, which is fairly cute with the Celestial Storm, but... We'll just do this. I think that's overkill, but... That's fine. Yep, I'm getting carried away, but that's okay. Excuse me. Okay, enjoy. Let's get rid of that and that. Yeah, I'll daze you. And I guess I'll do a little bit of damage there. It's not a ton because of the Titan Skin, but it's whatever. Okay, fine. I'll play this out, and I will do the extra Conduit. I do take a little bit of pyre damage. You don't take any damage because you have 9 Titan Skin. And so this guy tries to attack in for 12 damage, does 0, which is pretty cute. Clocalia, unsurprisingly, immediately dies. Okay, I do take a little bit of pyre damage. That's fine. Who cares? Right. I do look forward to the day that my Crypto Builder is also 0 cost. Whatever, we'll do a little bit of damage there. I don't think I really need to be maximizing incants on top floor at the moment. And I do appreciate that Conduit Tethys means that I still basically always have Ember to play out the garbage cards each turn. Might have been good to have the Holy Stone on the Celestial Storm to offset pyre damage. The problem is that I believe the way that it interacts is that Holy Stone looks at its current cost. So with Tethys minus costing the Celestial Storm, it goes down to 0 cost, and so the Holy Stone will heal us for 0. I'd considered that just because I had the gold for it, but doesn't really help. Also, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not that worried about Pyre damage. Like, Pyre of Entropy has... The one good thing about Pyre of Entropy is that it has higher Pyre HP than anything else, basically. And so, like, we do have more HP to burn, and we also have Bone Dog's Pendant, which gives us an extra 25% HP effectively. So, it's fine. Oh, I meant to do the Energy Siphon here. Oh well, not a big deal. Have some spell weakness. We'll see if it matters on this coming turn. Great. Love that it drew Frozen Land. See, again, this is why I would very much like Scrivener to not be able to pull starter cards. Okay, this does mean I won't be able to use the Crypt Builder, but, like, who cares? And, like, yeah, he does less damage because we're in full moon, but it doesn't matter when we're just chewing through Reanimate. Either way, here we are. Pretty easy. Ta-da! Titan Suit is okay. I don't know that I really care about the Drain. It's fine. Whatever, I'll take it. I don't love it. Moonlit Glaive, not important to me. Cosmic Bolts is maybe. We're just going to take another Ritual Tome, though, I guess. I don't think I need it. I'm definitely greeding a little bit, but hey, what's life without greed? The healing is not bad. Events are decently good. Especially if we got, like, the Jack-in-the-Box event. That could be good. Did I see the roadmap? I did. And I am excited for it. I'm particularly excited for the new clan that's coming. Obviously, we don't know what is in the new clan, and even if I did, I couldn't say anything. But, like, I'm really excited to see what the new clan ends up being. Like, they were very creative with the Monster Train 2 clans. Like, I already like the Monster Train 1 clans. And I think they did a great job of expanding on the basic systems of Monster Train 1 and doing some unique, exciting, powerful things with Monster Train 2 clans. And so I am very much looking forward to seeing more of what they do with that. Not to mention other things on the roadmap. I very much am looking forward to new bosses. I assume that is going to mean new flying bosses, so that we have an alternate to Kale and Archeon like Arcus and Talos were in Monster Train 1. That will add a ton of replayability. Not to mention, I'm just excited to see what their take on an Entropy-themed flying boss is going to be like, since Kale is Dominion-themed and Archeon is Savagery. Trying to remember what else was on the roadmap. Obviously, there's a bunch of balance things coming. There's new cards coming for the clans, which is going to be cool. What else? There's a new game mode. I'm really curious what that's going to entail. New cosmetics. Yeah, I definitely want more cosmetics. I doubt they're going to add as many as I want. And I think it said train cosmetics, in which case I do actually want card frames more than I want train cosmetics. But I'm plenty happy for any new cosmetics. But like, I really want more card frames, just because I think they're fun to unlock. And they're just, like, they're a thing you see all the time. And I don't like most of the Monster Train 2 ones nearly as much as I like the Monster Train 1 set. So I would definitely appreciate more of those. But anyways, yeah, there's a lot of cool things on the roadmap. Obviously, it's going to be a while till any of that comes out. But I'm very excited for it. I also like that they say it as, I think the roadmap calls it the first DLC faction, which means that they probably have ideas for more DLC factions if it's a commercial success, and I'm hoping it is. I want this game to get support for a long time to come so I can keep enjoying it all the more. Anyways, rambling aside, what am I actually doing here? I'm probably going to the Merchant of Arms. Getting just like Enchanted Chamber for magic power would be pretty decent. Getting, I don't even know what else I care about. Like, there's some equipment, I guess. Honestly, not sure that I really care about the Merchant of Arms. I mean, I could take the, like, Inferno Room or Zone of Silence pretty comfortably. What I want is, like, dupe and... Yeah, unfortunately, I really wanted the dupe to be on the same side as the Merchant of Magic. Because I still would like to see Holdover, and then ideally I would like to have Holdover Celestial Storm duped. It's not the end of the world if that doesn't happen, but it would be nice. And then I was kind of hoping to dupe a Moon Guard, so we could have a second one of those. But if I can get the Celestial Storm consistently working, then that will take care of most of our wave clear needs. In which case the Moon Guard can just finish up the rest. If I do whiff on Celestial Storm Holdover, though, things do get a little worse. And so it's sort of debating whether I actually care or if I just want to make like multiple Moon Guards. Anyways, I guess we're going to go here. Anyways. Doesn't super matter to me. Technically, Overgrowth Carapace I could do on the Moon Guard because he's got Smidge Stone. I don't think that's wildly important to me. Planetarium, I'm going to take. I don't think I need Overgrowth Carapace. Void Armament, I do think I will take, though. This is excessive, but fuck it, we're doing it. And then we're making this deployable. And we're cutting out a steward. Okay. We'll see what we can do. Alright, we'll see how this goes. Not exactly as I desired. Oh, that's not bad. I should have done the Starstruck up here, but I guess we'll just do this. There's also a world where I could have played the Drain and hoped to discard one of the Vengeful Shards. It's whatever. It's fine. Alright, I take the Vengeful Shard damage, and he takes a little bit of damage, but mostly he's doing okay. We need to make sure that he does not get murdered, but that's okay. New clan would upset the harmony of the logbook. Fair enough, but I think that's a trade I'm willing to take. Also, who knows? There's a good chance they could bring back Wormkin. Also, I meant to do this on that floor, and I didn't. In which case, we'd still go back to having an even number of clans. Yep, not the most helpful draw there. And of course it doesn't discard the one I want. It doesn't matter, but it's just always frustrating when it discards the wrong thing. Okay, so phase, explode. Once again, should have done this elsewhere. That's fine. Who cares? Okay, so let's explode all those and do 1,000 damage to Kale. May as well daze you while we're at it. I guess let's see what we draw off of this. Fine. Not actually helpful. Because I don't want to phase back into Full Moon because I want to get the extra attack off of the Moon Guard being in New Moon. So, here we are. It was overall a good turn for us. Can't deny that. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do this now and explode Kale. Why not? Stardust Invocation is not bad. Deep Offering, obviously good. I'll be honest, I always forget that Stardust Invocation has phase on it. We'll take the Deep Offering. And then I'm probably just taking the Ember. I don't really have any need for the capacity. And this helps me in a variety of ways. Alright, we're going here. Please have things I care about. Sure, enjoy. Holdover and Twin Spell. Well, Spell Chain is good. Not as good as I desired, but a man can dream. Well, Holy Stone's going on the Moonbeam. Conduit 3 it is. I mean, most of this doesn't matter. I guess I'll get rid of those. It's fine. Who cares? Who cares? Minus Ember per turn barely matters to me since A, I took double Ember upgrades, and B, I minus cost everything I care about. Oops. Oops, you were not supposed to go in front, but that's okay. Okay, we'll just go ahead and explode the shit out of these guys. And then still draw into some Scourges. Not Scourges, but Blades. I tried not to have them, but it's okay. And now the Crypt Builder is well and truly free to play. How exciting. Yeah, there's no reason not to Moon Ritual first. Alright, whatever. We take some damage, so be it. That's fine. Whatever. Would be nice to heal my Pyre, but we're probably okay even if we don't end up doing that. I honestly don't remember which side has the Pyre healing either way. Also, I haven't used the Scrivener's ability a single time in this fight. Well, fine. We'll just explode them real good. And do that and heal the Pyre a little bit. How wonderful. Yeah, this is why I wanted holdover on the Celestial Storms. Turns out, pretty good. And I once again forgot to do the Energy Siphon, because I always forget to do the Energy Siphon. Okay, that's problematic. There we go. I figured that's all we needed. Also, being in the right phase also helps. If I were relying on spells to kill him, would not be great, since he does have the spell shield. Although we got rid of the spell shield, whatever, it's fine. He's dead. The main thing was just being in the right phase and dazing him for a single turn. Ta-da! I mean, I do like Frenzied Swarm quite a bit, especially because it gets rid of all of the stupid Vengeful Shards. Duality's not bad, Cover of Night is good. I'm just not going to worry about those, though. Yeah, we're definitely going here. I would go to a Merchant of Magic if that were still an option. It's not. Cuddlebeard does not help. Mage Blade, we'll take that. Healing Tethys, not important in the slightest. Yeah, I will take the Jackstrips, because that negates one of the only remaining meaningful problems for me. I do kind of want to dupe the Moon Guard. Pretty sure we're duping the Celestial Storm, though. And I guess... Oh, and I... Fine, have Incant Armor. Don't have dualism. Whatever, have some conduit. Have some Titanite just in case we need it for whatever reason. Realistically, should just be removing cards from my deck, which is what I was originally going to do before I got suckered in by the lure of cheap and useful upgrades. Okay, so that goes away. We're going to set up on top floor because now the Jackstrips will take care of the 12 damage, meaningfully painful frontliners. Not actually the order I meant to do that, but that's fine. So I could do the Frenzied Swarm. I'm gonna do the Deep Offering, though. I also get to daze you anyways, although let's do this first, because then this deals more damage. Honestly, I'm sort of okay with the Moon Ritual there. since it puts us back in New Moon, so we do more damage with the Moon Guard. Since he does a lot more damage now, especially now that we have the Razor Thin Crescent, so Mage Blade does extra. He literally doubles his attack. I mean, like, no surprise, but still. Okay, we can't play out the Ritual Tome this turn. Oh well, fine. I'm just gonna play one of these out. The Drain might end up discarding Eventual Shard, but the sap is too low for me to care, so why bother? Oh, whoops. I knew that I wouldn't draw anything because my hand was full, and then I still did it anyways. Okay. Well, I was kind of hoping for a Moon Ritual so I could do more damage with these, but fine. Just gonna kill you, get rid of that, and take a little bit of fire damage. Who cares? But yeah, phase control would have been real nice the turn. We would have done way more damage. Similarly, having any damage spell this turn would also be nice. Okay, I think we're just going to still commit to this. Like, yeah, it's going to power up the enemies a fair bit, but so be it. Most of the enemies die to the jack strips before they get to top floor, and then for the ones that do survive, I have 2 free attacks here. Also, I'm going to kill a lot of them just by shooting them out of the sky anyways. Point in case. Okay, and then please, yeah, give me the Moon Ritual. There we go. I do take damage here. Whatever, fine. And thus, Seraph is dead. Turns out, Moonguard can do a not small amount of damage. Especially with Razor Thin Crescent. Like, we're not even generating that much conduit. We're doing an okay job of it. But there are way better ways to generate conduit than what we're doing. Anyways, look at us go. I think we're still going to set up on a higher floor and just accept some damage from Savagery, because that's life. Oh, I'm sorry. Meant to have those on the bottom floor. Because having them on mid floor basically does nothing for us. We're overdue for a Malachapire run. How dare you? Okay, let's give you that, and I mean, I don't hate that kind of. I'm a little disappointed that I have the Starstruck when I can't properly use it, but fine. So I could daze you. I think we're just... Oh, you can't be dazed, can you? Yeah, fine. Doesn't really matter. We'll do that. The Drain Steward is still dying, so it's a largely moot point. And Savagery wasn't going to hurt the Pyre because we had units on the floor. So again, a largely moot point, but nonetheless, it is a thing that I did. And we're just going to have to try to feel good about that. Yeah, they do give me Scourge cards now. Like, the jerks are there. God, like, what is this hand? Like, truly nonsense. At least we get to phase into the right mode, so that does something. Is Moonguard going to be tanky enough? Kind of. It's a little rough. Yeah, that's a questionable series of events that I just played out, but I think that's still okay. But yeah, Moonguard is suffering in a very concerning way, but probably because I just draw so much garbage. This is why I was saying that I didn't want to do the Eel Gorgon. Because it's just not the best for incant decks. Because, like, I imagine if I drew 5 actual spells that turn and actually was allowed to do incanting. Like, it's okay-ish. We mostly just need to wait for Dominion to die at this point. And even if the Moonguard goes down, I still get to kill things with spells. Okay, so you are dying, but Savagery's down, Entropy's down. We're basically just waiting on Dominion to die. Sadly, you have spell shields, because why would a unit that can only be interacted with via spells not have spell shield? Why would that not be the case? Ta-da! Okay, we get a little bit of Pyre HP back and do a little bit of damage. But again, here we are. We win, even if our floor went down this turn, we'd still be okay. Ta-da! There we go. Oh, that would have worked a lot better if we could have actually incanted better, but that's okay. That's okay. We had more than enough. Also, we still had Bone Dog's Pendant, which represented an extra, what, like 30 HP for us? And thus, we have mastered some more things. Okay. Okay, but now Soul Guard, Luna, Random Pyre? Fine. For you, Tiny, I will. Even if I normally like to mix it up and do different clan combinations one after another. Alright. Soul Guard. We're still probably doing the Moon Ritual. Witch Weave is a maybe, though. I don't love Witch Weave, but with Soul Guard, with like Cold Channel or Titan Channel, the healing can be decent. The problem is we need some way to actually give conduit to it for that to matter. I think I still probably want... I mean, also I could, like, kill enemies with it, I guess. Which is maybe worth it. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. I don't know. Fine, we'll take Witch Weave, even though I think it's generally a bad starter card. Moon Pixie certainly makes it better. Okay. Interesting start. Oh, Vola's Tuning Fork does not matter to us, as I had forgotten that we have both Foregone Power and Witch Weave, which are both already 0 cost. Like, yeah, it affects the Shield Stewards, I think. But, who cares? We're definitely taking Razor Thin Crescent. I mean, Mage Blade on Siren's kind of nice if we can get it. Yes, I was leaning towards that regardless. Because, yes, at the moment it does nothing for us, but starting with the Cold Kalia, if we do get the Mage Blade equipment, we could equip it here, and then that immediately is fairly powerful, especially when we have the Moon Pixies. So, like, yeah, it's pretty good. But we'll see. And yes, we're going to take Cold Channel. We'll see how well we can use it. Now what I meant to click on. There we go. Draw -1 is not great, but so be it. Alright, so there's the Moon Pixie. Let's start powering up. Although, yeah. I was gonna say, I probably should have killed the backliner there, but we did, because that's what the sweep does. Okay, we can't play this here unless we want to play it mid. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to let Soulguard take the damage so we can apply more Frostbite. We have the Witch Weaves, which heal plenty now. Or at least someday we'll have the Witch Weaves to heal plenty. Even if not today. Alright, we killed the backliner. We're building up some Frostbite on Astral. He does heal. Oh no. Who cares? We already have plenty of Frostbite on him, and then he gets even more. Ta-da! Also, I did forget that I Fear's Greed, and I think I played out the Vengeful Shards every time they showed up. Whoops. We are taking Offering Token. Not what I was hoping for. The #1 thing we want to see from Luna is Phase Blessing. Or Tidal Turning. Do I want the Bloody Moon? Kind of. Yeah, I don't like super love it, but I will take it. I lean towards going for the Merchant of Magic. There are some powerful things that we can do with the Merchant of Steel, though. Like, getting Dualism on the Moon Pixies is pretty good. Getting Smidge Stone and or Quick and or Multi-Strike on the Cold Kalia is good, especially if we then later see the Mage Blade equipment for it. That would be pretty solid. But I'm still going to go here. Not exactly what I'd hoped for. Okay, that is at least good. God, the stupid silence dudes later. I was thinking for a moment, like, I don't really need to put magic power on any of these because I gain conduit from the pixies, but their conduit is via enchant. Oh, I guess they do just have built-in conduit. But nonetheless, the silence would silence the enchant conduit, which does make it harder for me to kill the silencers with spells. Also, I could minus cost. I don't totally want to, but I guess we'll do this. I don't know. I'm not, like, crazy about Bloody Moon. These are both interesting. We're going to take Nameless Siren for the moment, though there's a fair chance we pivot off of it later. But for the moment, I just want something that gives me better damage scaling. And the Siren does that. Although taking the Siren does mean that I can't fit both Moon Pixies on the same floor, which is a little sad, but oh well. Yes, murder them. Okay, we now have the offering token. I do wish that I'd put Intrinsic on it, but there were good reasons that I didn't. Namely, I didn't want to spend the Ember to do so, but having Intrinsic and Holdover on it's good. In the ideal world, we get like Spell Chain for it. Yeah. All right, we have more than enough damage. Turns out Cold Channel Soul Guard can output a fairly high amount of Frostbite. So long as you can keep him defended. Yeah, we're gonna take a Crypt Builder, even if it gives me a Calcified Ember. And there's Phase Blessing. It gives me another Calcified Ember, which isn't great, but who cares? Does not help. Could do this, but does not help. I mean, I could do this and then remove Consume. And that I kind of like. But we're going to reroll anyways. Yeah, we're just going to do it this way. Not exactly what I wanted, but that's fine. And also, 5 times 2? No. I had hopes, I had dreams. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I don't know what I would have wanted more from that event. So, whatever. Okay, so now I'm not totally certain if I want the Nameless Siren on this floor. I'm still gonna do it, though. But it might be nice to put the other Moon Pixie on that floor. Also, unfortunately, drew the Crypt Builder before we got the Offering Token. So we can't use that to discard it. Oh well, so be it. We're trying our best. So this does mean that I get less revenge procs, but it also means I can play that out. And also I kind of need Soul Guard not to take too much damage, so not the worst. Okay, you're dying. The moment Archeon goes up here, you guys are gonna die and I'll take some damage. Also, keep forgetting that I have Fierce Greed. I think I've played out the Vengeful Shard literally every time it's shown. Which is whatever. It's not the end of the world if I'm not getting value out of it, but it is just fairly wasteful. Sadly, I don't play with the Calcified Ember, but I think it's important to keep Soul Guard alive here. Yep, alright. Take a little bit of pyro damage, which is fine. It's gold. Who doesn't like gold? This is why we have the Crypt Builder. And honestly, I'll leave it as is so I can take the Vengeful Shard damage for once and get a little bit of free gold. Alright, and then he dies. How exciting. Yeah, I'll take a Ritual Tome, I guess. Ooh, Ethereal Sealy is cool. I don't know that... Well, okay. It's not amazing for me because I'm not applying Conduit at the moment. Obviously, that might change in the future. But it still is a banner unit with Conduit, and that I appreciate. So we will still take that. The Selene Acolyte also could be cool since we have, you know, Mage Blade bonus. We are going to take Draw for now. We might take Ember later, but Draw is good. We are going here for a variety of reasons. Mostly Smidgestone and Dualism. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, technically should have looked at the banner first. Not important. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Okay, the multi-strike's not too bad so long as we can keep our defense high enough, which I think will be okay. Especially since Soul Guard just has more HP now. And we have a little bit of guaranteed Conduit for turn 1. But yeah, generally the multi-strike works in our favor because it's more revenge procs. So, you know. That's pretty good. Alright, I was kind of hoping that we would get to play out all the spells that turn, because I do need the incants, but fair enough. Well, can't play you out. And unfortunately the sap does fuck with me, but it's still important for us to get as many incants on Soul Guard as we can. I would like to play that out, but I can't really do that this turn and still accomplish my goals. So Now the question is, do I kill you? And I think the answer is yes, because while I do want to take some damage on Furious Greed, I don't really want to take 12 damage from you. So let's not. Yeah, I know I said that I want to take damage on Soul Guard. I don't need to take this much damage on Soul Guard. That's not important. Especially not for this round where the enemies have, like, no HP. Hello, how you doing, Tessarar? Oh no, it's Corrin, however shall we manage? Ta-da, there we go. Yes, 25 Frostbite per strike after the first round of combat because they have so many attacks, so they all have 200 Frostbite. Anyways, this is why Cold Channel is good. If you can keep it defended and can't decently well, it's pretty solid. Preserve is fine. It's not really a thing I care about. Crystalline Seeds, I generally don't care in the slightest. Technically, it's more Frostbite, and we're doing Frostbite, but fine. Gifts for Guard. It's a bit of a weird card. We're not going to use it here. Okay. So I do like Lunacy. Moonlit Glaive is also appealing. Although Moonlit Glaive would be way better if I were using the Cold Kalia, which I could swap to using. We have a lot of ability to utilize that well, kind of. Then we're taking the Lunacy. Unfortunately with the Lunacy, it does not work the way that I want it to with Ethereal Sealy. In the ideal world, it would give 2 conduit per X. But what actually happens is it does 1x plus 1 conduit, which makes sense logically. It's just a lot less exciting. Nonetheless, we'll still take it. We're going here, I think. Obviously, there's nice stuff we could get here. Like, I could get Cuddlebeard for better Frostbite. I could get the double incant. I mean, honestly, I kind of want to do it. Also, the removals are not bad. Yeah, fine. Let's greed. Let's see what we get. We don't have silent units. We have a bunch of Fae. Increase healing spells, I will take. Totem Fragment, I don't think I need. Cuddlebeard, I definitely want. I would have also happily taken Versatile Ember Staff, but I can't afford that. And that's definitely more important to me. Overgrowth Carapace, I would love to put on Soul Guard, but I can't really do that. Enchanted Chamber is kind of cute, but I think we're taking Steward's Quarters. I have to make it deployable. Kind of. Technically, I don't need to, since the Moon Pixies are not banner units, so I don't draw them immediately, but still would appreciate making it deployable. Also, I would like to see dualism for the Ethereal Sealy or the Moon Pixies. So we still ideally want to be visiting Merchants of Steel. Also, need an answer for the Silence dudes, which I currently don't have. I think Steward's Quarters should be +2 space fight me. It really should not be +2 capacity. Like, +1 is already quite good. So, with Heaven's Seal, I think we're setting up the main squad up on top floor then. Because the Frostbite doesn't matter nearly as much. If... Like, it doesn't help us for it to be ticking across multiple floors because they don't get to do that. Confirmed Sal hates fun. How dare you? Well, sadly didn't get to do the lunacy there. Oh well. Alright, this is a little silly, but we're gonna put you there just so we can then witch weave to kill. Like, I'll play out the other steward here anyways. In the ideal world, we were going to get the steward's quarters to give us extra capacity so then we can play the other pixie on top floor as well. Not that I'm making, like, amazing use of the conduit as is, but still. Alright, Soul Guard does get a little bit of corruption, which is not ideal, but that's fine. We're doing just fine on the whole keeping him healthy situation. Especially when we then draw into the phase blessing and give him like 50 armor. Yes, I am sapping my squad. No, it doesn't matter a ton. I probably should have shot the back line here. I think we were doing enough frostbite without that. I'm just very wary of being wrong. Okay, I do have a non-trivial level of corruption, but so be it. Yeah, that's a problem. Part of the issue is I have so much sap that these guys are not contributing. I really needed to have the Nameless Siren behind them. And I didn't, and that's a mistake. Also, the level of corruption on Soul Guard's a problem. The problem is I don't know how much Reanimate we're actually knocking off. I suspect the answer is not nearly enough. Alright, I'm gonna retry it. If I knew how much damage I was taking on the Pyre, I would be sort of fine with that. I could also just get less sap on my dudes, and that would help tremendously too. And that's maybe worth keeping in mind. It'd also be nice if Soul Guard got less corruption, but I don't know that that's going to happen. this time. You are surviving. Fine. You can hurt my pyre a little bit, I guess. He's 2 hits on the pyre. It's only 3 damage each. Not a big deal. Sadly, I don't kill you before you hit Soul Guard. Oh well. I could avoid sapping myself. I don't think that matters. I do think I did that in the wrong order. Yeah, fair enough. I did. Alright, well, here we are. Okay, so tons of sap, but I at least have slightly less corruption. Really bad draw for this turn. Part of the issue is I didn't draw the Phase Blessing again. Either way, I think I die here, but we're gonna just play it out, see what happens. Yeah, I'm quite a ways off from victory. Oh god, we're actually 1 round away. Well, fine. I could have won that, I'm sure, but I fucked it. If I just had the Phase Blessing one more time, it would have been fine. I also probably just should have set up on a lower floor. Because even if like those guys get to the pyre, it's not that big a deal. They wouldn't have done too much damage, even healing fully. Streak Slayer. I mean, I played it wrong. I could have won that fight, for sure. I just didn't want to try it again. But that's on me. We had a fairly decent deck. Alright, let's do something different. Let's do... What do I want to do here? I should probably do one of the Monster Train 1 things, but I'm not sure that I want to. Let's do Lion's Mane and Umbra, I guess. Now I don't really give a shit about either Shade Splitter or Plink. I'm gonna take Plink because it's slightly more useful. That's not a bad start. Moral Mistress is a bit of a concern just because she doesn't do anything until we have consume cards, but I don't totally hate it. We don't want Shadow Sheath. Kind of. There is a world where it's nice, like especially if we end up doing fungi stacks. Every time you spawn more fungi, it counts as a summon, so that you get just a massive stack of stealth on them, which also gives a massive stack of damage. But we're just gonna take the jack strips. Still a little mad that I let myself lose with Soul Guard, but whatever. I mean, I want the Incant spawn. I think we're taking Man-Eating just because I still haven't done rank 3 Man-Eater. Fine. We'll do it. Like, I think it's a fine path, but it's definitely worse than her other paths. I'm going to not play anything on the other floors so that I don't have to have a bunch of things just take tons of damage. Do I want to freeze this hand? No. I have a much better freezing plan. Anyways, so they all died to the jackstrips, which is pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna freeze this. And then we'll just convert you to morsels. I do wish that I had capacity here for more morsels, but I don't. Also, I probably should have done the damage morsel. Not wildly important. I wanted the glow up next turn, but that's okay, because we're going to do that. We're then going to increase your sap and your decay by propagating on you with that, which is why we froze it. Even without Maneater, Astral spawns with sap, and so that was guaranteed to work, but also we have Maneater, so we can just give him even more. But then we're just able to beat him to death without any concern. I do like Pandemic. I like Gooey Flask. Loam Coat is very solid. Especially when we're in clan with Umbra, where we can generate damage shields to propagate. But I do really like Pandemic, and we do have Moral Mistress, which is a pretty solid combo right there. I think we're taking Pandemic. I could do Engine Upgrade. It's not a good card, but it is a consume card, and with a deployment phase, the capacity reduction matters a lot less on Engine Upgrade. I'm gonna not. I'm gonna greed and go here, even though I should probably go to the Merchant of Steel. We could get another Moral Mistress, which I don't think is helpful. The Amorous Inoki, also not helpful. Would be helpful if I had taken Incant Lion's Mane, but I didn't. And currently I have no spawning ability. Like, yeah, the Rally can also work with other things, but basically not true for me. We're gonna do this and that. Okay, that's good enough for now. So, we're going to make a bunch of Pandemics. I guess I'm going to try playing you there. The problem is I need defense for you, and I'm currently not doing that. Like, yeah, I can sap things, and the Plinks are sort of just killing things right now. And I do have space for a morsel if I do it this way, so it ends up being okay. I probably should have just played the Spear Steward there, but that's fine. I'll just have you block. That's okay. I care more about the HP than I do anything else at the moment. Also, forgot that you... actually attack. Do I care about the glow up? No. Alright, well, not the perfect turn, but it's fine. We'll just keep bullying you. I will freeze this, because now I'm actually going to have something to propagate. Not what I was hoping for. Yeah, whatever. I really wanted to draw the pandemic, but we didn't. I mean, we have it now, and so we easily get the victory now. But it would have been really helpful to get it while we had the Moral Mistress. But hey. I mean, Infectory is not bad as a defensive measure. Gooey Flask also is pretty solid, but we're gonna take the Infectory. Perils is good. Do I want Perils? No, maybe? I don't think I need Perils, but I will take it. And we'll see what happens. Okay, here we are. Give me delicious things. Dualism is certainly in the quality of deliciousness. Squad leader is no. Like, I could take it just as a unit. I could fit on the same floor right now, but I don't really care. Cluster Colonel is fine. We're not going to worry about it. I could do multi-strike. I don't think I care about that. Okay, well, we'll do the damage shields. I was hoping for Smidge Stone. This is fine. Okay. Well, we're going to do that. And we're going to have a whole lot of pandemics. Which is perhaps questionable. I think it's going to work out pretty alright. I'm a little sad that we don't have Smidge Stone on the Moral Mistress, but that's okay. Okay, I'm gonna not play these out for pure greed's sake. Didn't work the way I wanted, but that's fine. We can do this. So, he has a bunch of sap and decay, and it's okay. It's not ideal. It's not what we wanted. Oh, wrong ordering. Because we want to do that. And then that, I guess. I don't know. It's not terribly important. Unfortunately, I do not have the Ember to play out other things here, but that's okay. I really wanted those last turn. The whole plan was that we put a bunch of decay on Archeon, and that didn't happen, but fine. You are surviving. That's okay. I don't really care if I take a little bit of fire damage. And like, yeah, he gains a bunch of rage, and it only brings him back to 7 attack because he has so much sap on him. Yeah, you're not quite dying on the floor, which is a little sad, but whatever. And I lose some damage shields. It's fine in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately... I did not draw as I had hoped for this turn. Again, pretty minor overall, since you already are taking 270 damage from the decay every turn. But now you're super dead. And he takes a bunch of damage. How thrilling. Yeah, we're gonna do Deadly Variant here, which is rare. It's unusual that I actually ever take that. Mitosis Cap is also cool, but not really helpful to my needs. And Balm Bellow is weird and not going to happen. We're definitely taking Ember because currently, with my multitude of spell chain things, I need more Ember to actually play them each turn. So Merchant of Magic would basically be looking for holdover perils. Or I can go here, and I'm going to go here. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I don't know what I'm looking for. That's one of them, maybe. Yeah. And now we have Man-Eating 2, which also applies Mute. Okay, so we just buy those two. I can't afford anything else, but it seems worth it to get the guild marker at this stage. Hey, glad to see so many Monster Train 2 streamers love this game. I, too, love this game. And I am very pleased at how popular the game has been. And I hope it has popularity for a long time to come, because I will happily show off this game as much as I'm able to. I mean, I maybe want to do that, even though the Blight is kind of bad. That's also pretty cute, but... I think we're doing it on Deadly Variant, even though it's really not necessary. It generally probably works better here since I have the spell chain. Also, it adds copies to the graveyard or to the discard if the battle is actually lasting a meaningful length of time. And like 24 decay is 75 damage, or not 75, 72 damage right there, and 6 sap. But like, I'm vaguely intrigued by the idea of this, because then even 2 sap is 30 decay, and we're definitely going to have more than 2 sap. Fuck it, we're doing it. Is it the right plan? Probably not. It's fine. Okay. Look at us go. I definitely need to visit Merchant of Arms. for a variety of reasons. We're just gonna glow up to gain you more damage shields. Like, yeah, I'm not killing this guy on this floor, which is a bit of a shame because we don't get the fungi stack, but that's okay. Yeah, this is the problem with my team currently, is we are somewhat inconsistent. But whatever, here we are. Three waves remaining. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to freeze this hand. Yeah, so you're not dying, surprisingly. I really want to play out the Calcified Ember, though. That is the greedy play. I mean, I'm probably okay with being greedy here. Alright, let's do it. I just really want to get rid of that while I have the opportunity. I take a little bit of damage to do that. It's fine. Who cares? I have to play that out, though I do prefer to draw that right now than to draw that next turn. Okay. I mean, there's still a chance that I draw it next turn because we're recycling the deck, but hopefully I don't. I mean, it doesn't matter if I draw it on this turn, I guess. But hey. Yeah, that's a lot of damage from a single spell. Yep, and then we'll give you 100 more decay. And he takes just 500 damage per round, and he's muted. Yeah. We don't need that pandemic. The grow room is a maybe. I think we're better off with Infectory still. I mean, technically I can put it on higher floors and do things, yada yada yada. I really still just want Emberforge to be reworked to generate the Ember mid-turn so that it could bypass Ember Drain. That's what I want out of Emberforge. Honestly, might take it here, even though that feels so strange to me. Part of the issue is it's going to be bad during the Titan fight. I mean, if I can fit it on my main floor, it's fine, but... Also, it's a lower capacity than it used to be. It used to be 3 capacity, and at least 2 capacity is slightly more workable. Still bad. What's upcoming? Merchant of Magic, Merchant of Arms. Kind of want to go for the Merchant of Arms. Fine. There's a great chance it ends up being a worthless card for us, but so be it. We're going here. Please give me Steward's Quarters. Hall of Mirrors. No. 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 Not what we wanted. I mean, I'm at least doing this, which is fine. That was one of the reasons I came here. So even if we had whiffed on Steward's Quarters, we could still do that. I kind of want to do Bone Dog himself, just because we could actually keep him alive on a number of these turns. I suspect I really don't want Bone Dog. Every time I take Bone Dog, I'm disappointed. We're just going to take the pendant. We'll just suck it up. Live that life. And then we're going to get rid of some things. I need my deck to be more consistent. It's pretty good as is, but it has some meaningful problems. Okay. And again, I still don't have a great answer for... I don't have a great answer for... What am I trying to say? For the Silence dudes. But, we're getting there. We'll figure something out. Well, can't play that. We are going to mute you so that I don't get the... So I don't get the sap. Whatever, fine. Unfortunately, I had to spend a bunch of Ember on the Blight that turn, but that was still the right choice. And then let's just feed some morsels to our best bud. And then he dies to jackstrips. I'm not building up any meaningful stack of fungi, but that's not the point. Okay, I do take a little bit of damage, that's fine. I just wanted more damage shields, although I suspect that barely matters because enemies mostly just don't get to attack into me. Yeah, it's a little greedy, but I'm gonna freeze that. I should probably be freezing next turn, since I will have a bunch of pandemics, and just playing a bunch of pandemics is more important than playing the deadly variant, I think. Okay. But I have a bunch of pandemics in my draw. Fair enough. Okay, already getting the kill. But for my own enjoyment. Oh, that's cost 2. Whatever, fuck it. Well, it would have been a lot of decay. Not that we needed it, but it would have been something I enjoyed. The Inhale is a way to deal with the Silence dude. I kind of just want the Mushy Room. I don't think I need the Mushy Room, but I kind of want Mushy Room. I should probably take the Inhale and look for, like, holdover for it. But we'll take the Mushy Room. Also, I already kind of have an answer to the Silence dudes. It just means that I can't be setting up on bottom floor. Which I probably don't want to do in that fight anyways because of the 12 damage attackers. I kind of want to go Merchant of Trinkets and look for, like, world-ending strain and things like that. And I kind of want to go for capacity after Kale and go here for the well and dupe the Moral Mistress. I guess I'm going here. I don't know. We're going to greed. There are a lot of good artifacts for under Legion. These... I'm going to greed for this. It probably is not going to be important, but fine. Split Anvil and Mine Jacks, you say? How much do I care about Split Anvil? Not a lot. There's like one specific weird situation where it matters, but not really. So we'll take that. Which is like a decently good set of options. Those do not matter to me. Not even close. Okay, that's fine. We'll leave the rest for the moment. And we should be in pretty good shape. Okay, not going to worry about mid-floor at the moment. We are also not going to play out the Steward so that we can hopefully fuck up Kale on turn 1. Didn't want to play that this turn, but okay. Problem is I want to play the Ember Forge. So I think I'm going to play the Ember Forge. And I guess I'm going to freeze this. I don't know. It's probably wrong. Okay, so let's mute you so you no longer give Titan Skin to your buddies. You also have a damaging amount of attack. Something to be aware of. Oh, and I forget that these guys get to eat before they die from decay, which is always a problem. Okay, there, you are dead. I don't have to worry about you. And then I can't do the perils on you now without getting Ember Drain because you are actually not fully dying. Which is fine, not a big deal, who cares? I would love to propagate her damage shields, but then that would put her in front, and then that's just worse. Well, it's sort of fine, since there's only one enemy actually attacking here. Ultimately, not important, is what I'm trying to say. And also we propagated Kale's mute, so now he's muted for 3 turns instead of 1. And he has a bunch of sap and decay. Poor guy just does not have a lot going for him. I wish this told me how much it was generating on hover. I mean, I can math it out myself, but it would be nice if it didn't make me. Okay, whatever. You'll get 195 decay. Yeah, you're pretty dead. Sad I don't have any consume cards this turn, but whatever, fine. We'll just do that, I guess. Ember Forge is powering this train hard. It is doing some decent work for me, for sure. This is why we picked it up. The problem is that I have to keep it alive during like the Titan fight. I think we'll be okay because I'm just gonna do things slightly differently. Also, Kale's already dead, but now Kale's more dead. Alright, just, you know, 27 sap, 458 decay, and 1 mute for good measure. Ta-da! I don't need Spike of the Legion, though it's pretty okay for me. Kindle is not necessary, and Fun Guy in the Suit is also not necessary. I guess I'll take Spike of the Legion. I don't think it's actually going to be that great for me. I'm going to take... What am I going to take here? I'm going to take Ember, though I think it doesn't super matter. Alright, Maneater 3, which now gives Mute 2 in addition to 4 decay, or 4 sap, 15 decay. Well, I could do Holdover Perils now, but I don't think I actually care about that. Because I gain less Ember per turn by doing the Holdover Perils. I'd have to find Spell Chain for it. It just doesn't really help me. Remove Consume on Deadly Variant if you get it. Yeah, that's the idea. I was also sort of okay with just minus costing it, but with my current Ember situation, I don't think that matters. I am going to either Intrinsic the Glow Up or Spike of the Legion. I think we just do it on the Glow Up. And even then, don't think that really matters, but we'll do that. And we're going to do this just to make it a consume card. Okay, so that goes there. Minus cost goes here. Just for my own enjoyment, I guess we're doing this too. Doesn't matter, who cares? Right, we're getting rid of a Plink, and we're getting rid of Anti-Umbra Assault. I do want to get rid of a bunch of other things too. But I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, Seven Seal is not ideal for me, but it's fine. Okay, so... So we just do that, so you're going to die to the decay before you bother us. We're not going to fuck around with any of the other things here, because as is, they will die in this room thanks to the jack strips, and they will create some fungi for us, and we may as well let them do that. So, oh, I should have played out the other pandemic just to create copies, but whatever. Meant to get rid of the Perils. Perils does not do anything for us. Yeah, whatever. We'll just gain the healing from that. I could have saved it for later and done more, probably, but that's okay. Okay, we're going to start building up some decay on you. And freeze this in case we need it next turn. Mushroom Room on the first floor is so good. I wish they'd add more... They'd add room cards for Monster Train 1 clans already. I mean, given the roadmap that they put out today, I think it's fairly likely that that's on the coming agenda. Come on, I need you to die. But I also need you to die. Okay, let's do that. If this guy survives, it's going to be less an issue because he doesn't have one of the buff dudes on the same floor as him. So even if I don't kill him on this floor, he'll just be sapped to eternity. I feel like it's an easy win if I get a combo with Monster Train 2 clans. Meanwhile, I always find myself struggling with Hellhorns and Umbra for some reason. Yeah, I think they're still decently powerful clans, but they're definitely less consistent than... Or not necessarily less consistent. They're sort of relying on... and yes, I am totally spacing out as I'm trying to plan out my turn. They're a bit swingier, is all I'm trying to say, really. Okay, whatever. We'll give you spikes, that's fine. It'd be nice to have muted you too, but who cares? Just for good measure, have some extra stuff. I know I'm not dealing with these guys, but I think that's fine. Okay. Unfortunately, the ephemeral pandemics are definitely less good for me because effectively they don't have spell chain, among other things. But it was still good to put spell chain on the pandemic in the first place, so I don't like regret it, even if it's a little wonky on the second playthrough. Yeah, there's a little downside to taking Mulch here. Like, yes, it gives me Calcified Ember. Who cares? That's fine. I don't think we need the Kindle. Nor do I need another Ember Forge. I'm slowly trying to do 180 clan combos, currently on 45, 180, and most of them are the Monster Train 2 clans. Yeah, I am starting to do that in earnest. I'd been kind of waiting, hoping that they would update the Monster Train 1 clans, but it's still going to be a while, probably. So I haven't. But we're doing it now. And it's not like the Monster Train 1 clans aren't fun, it's just that I would like to have them rework some of the, like, boring units, and I very much want them to have rooms and equipment, partly so that they're less reliant on things like Inferno Room and Zone of Silence. Not that you always have to do that, but with them having a smaller pool of rooms and equipment, it's way easier for them to just like go to a Merchant of Arms and try to pick those up. Which I don't like that play pattern, but whatever. Anyways, we are going to dupe the Moral Mistress, since now we can fit another Moral Mistress. I think we could have, even without that, thanks to the Mind Jacks, or yeah, but honestly I didn't plan it out, and that's fine. Oh, we're getting rid of the perils. I mean, most of this doesn't matter, but that's fine. Okay, reasonably good. They're great, but I feel some units are underpowered or some hero paths not having unique equipment and rooms as well, yeah. The only thing I think is somewhat easy to win as because of the combos is probably Stygian because Incant is so good. Yeah, I mean, Stygian is a little weird. They have some awkward things, and I think Mute Tome of the Unnamed, or whatever that's called, is too good right now. Same with Siren Song. But overall, I think Stygian's in a pretty good spot. And yes, I want them to rework several of the Monster Train 1 champion paths, though I... Oh, whoops. I already forgot that I was saying I'm mid-4. I don't think they're probably going to do as much with updating the champion paths as I personally want. Because, like, I really want them to, like, fully update Penumbra and refresh all of Penumbra's champion paths. I probably should have gotten rid of the Shield Steward. No, that's fine. I want Seraph to spawn here this turn. Which means I need to not play out the other Steward, which is fine. But yeah, like, I want them to update Penumbra. I want them to do things like update Queen's Rally Path to be something more interesting, since it's pretty underwhelming. Yada yada yada. Yada yada yada. Here we are. And yes, I am rambling as I am planning my turn. I guess I'll do the Mushroom. Stupid Calcified Ember. Alright, well, we're doing 824 damage. Turn 1. Andy's got Mute 4. Pretty good. Do that. Yeah, I am going to be buffing these guys quite a bit, but I don't really care. Since I do have damage shields on the Moral Mistresses, so they can block any amount of damage. And the Jack Strips is taking care of most of the enemies. Like, overall, not too bad for us. Well, I do want to do the Deadly variant, but I also want to play out that Calcified Ember. So we're going to do that, and we're just going to freeze this. So you have 30 sap. It's a lot of decay. I'm going to do that so you don't keep buffing enemies, since that's sort of a problem for me. Alright, can I kill you this turn is really the question I ask myself. Fortunately, most of these are the ephemeral copies. Yep, 705 decay. Seems good. Probably is overkill. I could have healed my Pyre a little bit with the spike, but that's okay. That's okay. Would have been nice to have healed at least 1 HP, so I would have come out of the battle at net neutral HP. Oh god, I think Knock on the Coffin Lid added a way to keep track of certain event ending for whatever spaghetti event relations in their game. Someone posted their logbook having a Mortis icon in certain events. That was already in as of the DLC. Or at least to some degree. I don't know if they added something else after that, but yes. Okay, so you go there, and there. And here we are. Okay, we'll just do those. Yeah, you're gonna die no matter what, and so I am taking some damage. I'm not too worried about it. I will freeze this hand, though. And then we're gonna mute Savagery next, because that's just what we do. I'd also ideally like to kill you while you're on bottom floor, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Like I could. I just take some doing, but I overall would prefer not to be dealing with Blake cards. Okay, well, he does no damage. Savagery largely doesn't do anything. Although I wasn't able to propagate his mute. I could have, had I done it differently, and probably should have. Again, it doesn't really matter. Like, any damage I take in this fight is actually meaningless. I have enough to win already. That game is really something else. To think how much I played, and I'm pretty sure I haven't seen half of the special cards. Yeah. Knock on the Coffin Lid. Surprisingly good. Like, it definitely caught me off guard, like, how much I enjoyed that game. You're actually dying. Oh, it's because I need to do that more. And I can also give you damage shields. But if I make you do 0 damage with your attack, that is fairly helpful. I'm definitely not being super efficient with my Ember. Oh well. Okay. I don't really need to be doing that, but we're gonna do it anyways. Okay. So you're down, you're basically down, You're not. Well, here we are. Look at us go. I was hoping to play out the spike to gain more health back, but nope. Alas. Yeah, turns out Pandemic is a pretty cool card. Especially when you 5 times dupe it, and yeah, here we are. I complained about Dungeon Drafter being vague and having no hook, but Knock on the Coffin Low should be leagues above Dungeon Drafters in both ambiguity and withholding info, but somehow Knock on the Coffin Lid can keep me going. I mean, I like Dungeon Drafters quite a bit, but it's mostly because I like the combat of that. And also just, I've talked about this before on stream, but it's been a while. But I really like deck building. It's part of why I enjoy like Magic the Gathering. And also why I like games like Mega Man Battle Network. I mean, I'm just a big Mega Man fan in general, so it already is in my wheelhouse, even if it's a spin-off game. But it's like a game that lets me collect different moves and piece together interesting combos of attacks and stuff to conquer the challenges that are presented. I find that really compelling and fun and cool. And that is basically what Dungeon Drafters is. Not a perfect game, mind you, but I think it's a solid game. Also has surprisingly good soundtrack. But they're just a lot of cool cards in Dungeon Drafters. You can do all sorts of cool things. And yes, another crown has been acquired. That was quite a run. Yeah, I should stop there. Or we're going to do one more. That said, once again, I failed to look at the logbook long enough to decide on a combo before I exit it. Still annoyed that I let myself lose the Soul Guard, but whatever. I kind of want to do something Banished, because we haven't done Banished at all tonight. Obviously, we also haven't done Remnant or Lazarus or Awoken. I mean, there's a lot of things we haven't done tonight, but... I feel like I'm doing tons of Monster Train 1 clans, so I want to do Monster Train 2 clans, but that's also because we've already done most of the Monster Train 2 crowns, so it makes sense that we're doing Monster Train 1 crowns. Well, how about... Honestly, I have no idea. I'm floundering with choices at the moment. I guess let's do... I know I sounded like I was going to make a choice there and then absolutely didn't. I don't know. For some reason, I'm just filled with analysis paralysis. I guess let's do Melting Remnant. Probably Fade with something. Whatever. Let's do Fade and Random. Because she needs essentially everything. The only thing that would be bad is Stygian, in which case I'll just reroll. It'd break my streak, but who cares? And it's Pyre of Entropy, of course. We did get banished. Although Banish with Fade is not as useful. Do I want Resin Block? Kind of. Probably not. It's fine. Like, we do have the ability to reform units, so we can sort of do that. Radiant Arms is probably worth taking. Hate Pyre of Entropy. It is truly the worst of all worlds. Like, we have decent, like, overstacking potential. Yeah, I think that's was in the game with the DLC. I don't know. Anyways. I think we're taking Radiant Arms. The damage shields are decent to get us started, especially going into Savagery with the melee weakness. So, I guess we'll take that. And we're gonna do Firelight. At some point, we will do Little Icarus. Preferably, we'll dive into that more after they fix the bug. Also, just like with the way that the first couple battles are patterned, it's much harder to get slays on Fade, which is not ideal. Anyways, we'll take Firelight. We'll see if we can actually use Firelight in a pleasing manner here. But we'll see what we can do. Okay, we're gonna do this. We might run into problems. It is what it is. And by that I mean we're definitely gonna take some damage at the beginning, and we're gonna hope that we don't run out of burnout on our dudes. Drawing 2 of our reform cards right there. Not great. But fine. Well, unfortunately we are going to be taking more pyro damage, but we get the collector. We prevent our dudes from burning out. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. Okay, so let's do it like this and then play you out. Unfortunately, you're not dying here, and I would much prefer that you die now. So I could have reformed you this turn. Also, the Just Cause is annoying because I need Fade to be up front to die. Like, technically I don't. She's going to burn out this turn, but I still would prefer her to be up front. I can... like, I could get the Spear Steward on this floor, but then I wouldn't be able to play Fade out on that floor again later, and that's probably not what I want to do. I don't know. We're just going to do that. Part of the issue is, like, I don't want to get too many things in the Reform Pool either. I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, this is about what I expected, sadly. I badly need to get Fade back. Also, I probably should have moved one of you guys up. Thank God we can for sure get Fade back. Although, unfortunately, it's not fast enough for it to matter. Because he's not doing enough damage to kill Fade in a single hit. I could have given him Valor, and then he would have done 14 damage in a single hit, but still not quite done it. Do we even beat you? I think we're going to retry. We might win that, but I'm mostly annoyed that I just played this badly. Because I think I basically just need to not play the Shield Stewards at the beginning. Also, I can probably just play Fade down here. Although I realized I was doing the Shield Stewards, or I was doing top floor to deal with the invasion. Oh, never mind. We'll play these guys out and at least reduce the invasion damage. Yeah, it's not ideal, but whatever, fine. Okay. Overall, we should be in a better state. Like, we were going to take some damage. I'll be very clear about that. But it is what it is. Oh, here you go. Oh. Okay, so you can die now, which is something. We'll honestly do that so I can at least get the kills on those, and then Fade's gonna die. I probably shouldn't, or I shouldn't have played the Spear Steward so that I'd have less things in the Reform Pool, since I am going to need them for this turn. But here we are. God, not at all what I wanted to draw. Fuck me. Like, I just needed the Baron or Fade back. Well, specifically both, but man, was that bad. Okay, unfortunately we only get one round of Baroning, but that's still okay. Nope, apparently it's not. Alright, we died. He's at 1 HP. I did the math wrong. Wow, what a bad start that was. Hold on. I gotta feed the cat, and then I'll be right back, and we'll do that again, and not die in Ring 1. Alright, I'm back. That was a quick train wreck. Yeah, it was embarrassingly bad. I definitely could have played it better. I'm sure we could have beaten Ring 1 and all that. Especially if I hadn't taken the trial. But even with the trial, I just needed to do it better. Mostly I just needed to not clog up the Reform Pool. Because not getting Fade and the Baron back on the second turn of Relentless was catastrophically bad. Purifying Cleanse with Paraffin Enforcer is not bad. Windblade is fine. Malika's Pyre is awful. It's awful. I will take Fade's First Blade. I will take Firelight. That's a pretty good start, even if we have the awfulness that is Malika's Pyre. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, we're gonna give you Burnout now. Unfortunately, we are taking a bunch of damage. Oh well. Oh god. One thing I missed about the Monster Train 1 trial, Invasion trial that is that they had Rage, so if they got to the Pyre, they would lose some of the Rage and only do like 1 damage per hit. Also, I'm sad that we can't get the Collector, but not really anything I can do here. I could have played out the Shield Steward to begin with, and at least reduced damage a little bit. But I was really expecting to like draw something by now. God, what an awful start. We're just killing essentially none of the enemies, and it's so bad. Jesus, like, I just needed you so much earlier. That's all I needed. I took so much damage on this fight. We should win this no problem now, but holy shit, that was bad. Cool. Great. Love that we at least murdered the boss, but I mean, we're taking Whiplash. The Molten Casement is also not bad, though. Yeah, it looks like the Whiplash. Don't want self-sacrifice? I kind of want self-sacrifice. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. We are going here. Happily will take that. Yeah, I'll take a Paraffin Thug for now. Oh, fuck. I spaced out that I was supposed to decline whatever it was so I could get the gold to do that. I mean, it's fine. It's not that big a deal. It is useful for me to have a second unit, which is why I took it in the first place. Because I have very little room to spare here. Yeah, like, I think I probably need to not be setting up on bottom floor here so that I can get some of these guys killed before higher floors. Because I can't afford for you to survive to the pyre. Because you do just one-shot me. Yeah, like, point in case. You're going to do 10 damage on the attack. I was pretty sure this is how this would go. We probably just die on this fight. Maybe. There are kind of ways to make it through. It's not ideal. I just need to be able to get rid of some of the frontliners so then my powerful units can actually attack in. That's essentially all we need. Okay, luckily we can extend your burnout still. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could have used this earlier. Unfortunately, I can't really use the selfless sacrifice, but whatever. Suppose I could have used it to move that guy up front. Also don't know for sure why I didn't play the Strange Third. I mean, it's fine. We didn't really need to play it. There we go, and then we'll take slightly less damage. Would have been nice if we'd gotten Fade back last turn, but fine. The -1 Ember was really affecting me, but we're at least alive. I mean, the Sacred Wake's sort of useful. We're going to take the Drip Fall, though. I do generally like Divinity. And it does heal my Pyre, but we were going to skip. Yeah, we do have Pyre Hunter. I really don't want to, but we basically need to heal. Yeah, I mean, like, not that going here is bad, mind you. It's just, I would really have liked to have gone to the Merchant of Steel. Though Umbra Stone is a solid pickup. Okay, so, what are we doing here? I like Everlasting Light and Void Armament quite a bit. Also, Inferno Room solves a number of our problems. And I feel like we're obligated to take Inferno Room. Really didn't want to, but, you know, here we are. So we are 5 gold short of being able to buy these and merge them. Which does feel bad. I think we'll just take the Everlasting Light then. I'm gonna reroll, not that. I'm gonna reroll. Yeah, didn't get what I wanted. The meat shield is sort of okay. Oops, I, for some reason, always forget that it doesn't have a confirmation for some reason. But I guess that's fine. I wasn't totally convinced I want it, but it does help me right now. Oh, actually, I probably want you on mid-floor. And like, yeah, we're gonna take damage whenever he goes bottom floor because I'm not contesting it, but that's fine. I think it's just useful for me to have the Inferno Room nonetheless. So I do want the meat shield. Also, we really want to get rid of the Calcified Ember. So we're going to get rid of the Calcified Ember. I do have healing from the Purifying Cleanse as well. So it's not like that's my only option. Really wish you weren't burning out, my dude. That's rather unfortunate. Why? God, really not what I want. I probably shouldn't have just not played out the Steward if that was the case. Yeah, the ordering in which I drew things, really fucking unhelpful. Actually, let's do this in a slightly different order. Oh no, I do need Ember for that. Never mind. Well. Yeah, I don't think this is tenable in this ordering. I think I need to set up top floor instead. Just like, God, the order of draws was so bad. Alright, yeah. Let's just do this slightly differently. Also, I could have just not played out the Calcified Ember and we would have been fine. Alright. Nonetheless, let's just do it this way and live a life free from sin. Okay. Let us not play out the Stewards. Let's accept that we're taking a bunch of Pyre Hunter damage. So be it. We're just going to play that out. Not worry about the Calcified Ember. Get the healing. It's the whole reason we took the... why we took the Meat Shield. Although, sadly, we're not using the Everlasting Light. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. I would have given it to the Paraffin Thug, except that he's burning out this turn, because I just don't have any of my burnout extension, including Fade herself. And then I continue taking Pyre Hunter damage, which is not that big a deal. It doesn't crush my hopes and dreams. It does annoy me, though. Do I want to swap to Everlasting Light? Probably not. Okay, thank you for participating, Fade. Okay, what a fucking mess. Like, for the start that we had, this shouldn't have been this awkward. Spell Chain Hallowed Halls is not bad, kind of. It is kind of fucked. Like, I don't love it, but... I think we maybe just take the Cursed Twin Blade. Yep, we'll take the Cursed Twin Blade. It does help with many of my problems. I think we're taking Ember. Although Draw would also smooth out my problems substantially. Nonetheless, we'll take Ember, I guess. Whatever, here we are. Okay. I don't love it, but we're going to hold over a Reform card, because why not? Okay, so. Right. I would also love to do, like, hold over Dripfall, but this is what we're doing, because I'm just too annoyed at the current situation. And I would badly like to get rid of other things. Honestly, I probably could be using the Stewards now, since I have Stewards' Quarters to give them multi-strike and extra attack. Nonetheless, I would like to use the Paraffin Enforcer. He's very strong, and the Paraffin Thug is fine. If I can just dupe the Paraffin Enforcer, that's the dream. Although it would have been nice if I had gotten Dualism on him. Multi-strike also would be very helpful. Okay, so we're going to leave Fade down there to die. I would love to play the Everlasting Light, but I really want to get rid of that since I have multiple of them and it's a problem. Well, I was going to do the Calcified Ember, but we're going to do this now. Although, actually, we're going to do this in a slightly different order so we can do the Selfless Sacrifice first. Because otherwise, it fucks with Fade's positioning, and that's not great. And we just don't want that. Okay, we didn't kill the Collector, but we get the Collector this turn. Also, I don't really need the Meat Shield now, but fine. Enjoy. Okay, at least I had the Burnout extension. Also, I forgot to play out the Holdover Reform card. It's fine. Okay, yeah. Ajax, not too worried about him. Alright, the chances that the Paraffin Thug gets the kill are low, but possible. Yep, didn't happen. That's fine. Would have been nice to get the extra gold from the sleigh, but not my wildest concern right now. I mean, resin removal is just pretty good, so I'll take it. Lead Songbird is fine. I am going to skip those, though. Yeah, we're doing this, because there's just too much value I get of going here. I do not need another Inferno Room. Swiftsteel Dagger is not bad. But we're not going to do that. We'll come back to that in a moment. What we are going to do is merge those. Make that deployable, which currently doesn't matter, but will eventually. I'm gonna get rid of these. There's so many cards that I want to get rid of in this deck. Because, like, I have so much equipment, doesn't matter, don't care about the Wind Blades at all. Barely care about the... He wanted to call it Meat Hook. Meat Shield. Don't really care about the Inspire, so they're fine. Like, they're whatever. We're gonna have probably a decently large floor, and so it will matter later more. But... at the moment, not wildly important. Okay. So we play that, even though we have nothing to draw, because we want to be a person who can get Fade back for sure next turn. Maybe should have given the trample to the Paraffin Thug. But, hey. Okay. Extend your burnout because Fade is not kind enough to die. Yeah, also 5 dead weights. You're talking about the Inspires. They're not that bad. That said, I'm not going to play them this turn because I want to get sapped. I'm debating if I wanted to like drip fall him and then do that, but I am not going to. I would take Plinks over Inspire. They're that bad. I mean, I also think that people are too harsh on Plinks, but yeah, they're not that bad. Like, I get why you hate them. And they are not by far the best starter card. But they provide decent value. Okay, well, I really need to extend your burnout. And then I think I'm actually just going to give this to you. I think we're doing okay on the damage output, and it's more important to me. Oh, you already have trample anyways. Well, I tried. Okay, and then we remove the sap, though he gives us more sap at the same time, so we still end up with some sap on. Yeah, we're not doing it that way. I was just curious if I could survive doing that, because then I could get a slay on him and get some gold, but that's not happening. So, not a big deal. Alright, well, I should probably be setting up the Paraffin Thug to get more kills so I can get some gold, because that would be nice, but in the grand scheme of things, not too worried about it. Don't think we need another resin removal. Don't need Wicked Blaze. Dire Death is fine. We maybe could have used it there. I maybe take another Everlasting Light here. Fine, why not? It's a decent card. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why I shouldn't, but I have done it. So, I'm probably okay with dualism here. Multi-strike would be a lot better for me, but I don't think I really want to roll looking for that. And if I do see it, I guess we're giving it to the Paraffin Thug. Interesting. Well, sorry Inspires, but here you go. I mean, I don't super need the reforms either now, so long as I can draw my holdover one. But that's still contingent upon me drawing the holdover one in a timely manner. I will just get rid of the small gift box, because that is not a gift box I need. What I really just want to do is dupe units. That's what I want to do. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do it this way. You take some damage. You get a little bit of Valor. Fade barely keeps you safe. I could put the meat shield on you, which I vaguely want to do just for... Yeah, I am going to do that. Though I didn't play the primitive mold this way. Oops. I need to replace my mouse. Anyways, there we go. The only change was that we played out the correct primitive mold, since one of them has holdover and the other does not. Okay, so you go there. May as well get rid of your lifesteal. I'm not playing the Wicklash this way. I think that's still worth it. Like, I do have less damage scaling by not putting the multi-strike on the Paraffin Enforcer. So that is a little greedy on my part, but worth doing, I think. Well, I could do the Driftfall, but I do actually just kind of want to attack into Fade, or into Kale here, so we're going to do that. I mean, Resident Removal does literally nothing for us there, but fine. We also have gotten to a decent amount of Valor now. Not a ton, but enough that it's helpful. Okay. And we're getting a couple Slay triggers with the Thug. Not a ton, but enough that it is meaningful. Sadly, the Inferno Room does deprive me of a number of Slay triggers, but it is still important to general well-being, so it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a Eagle Heart, I guess. Also, the melee weakness probably is what I should have taken, especially since I have Trample. We don't need capacity. I probably want draw. More Ember is still useful, but we'll do this. We are going here, because I really want to dupe. Right. Now, I think we're doing the Paraffin Enforcer. The Paraffin Thug obviously has multi-strike, and that's nice, but the Paraffin Enforcer is actual scaling. And I mean, like, I do get scaling from Fade too, but I still think this is what I want. And I do have a fairly chunky bit of gold now. Well, we're about to get invasions, which isn't too bad now. Okay. I mean, they are somewhat scary. Okay, it's gonna look a little weird, but we're gonna do it like that. Although I'm not playing the primitive mold this way, which is a concern. Oh, you're dying anyways. And I'm not getting as much Slay triggers as I want. It's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. Alright, well, we'll do it this way. You do die, which isn't great, but I get a lot of gold, and I do have reforms. Eventually. Well, let's get a little bit of Valor and keep our burnout going. Unfortunately, the resident removal, I was going to say, would be useful now that I actually have corruption. And I did actually get it right there. So, never mind. Ignore my complaining. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we do here. I need to get Fade back. Not using my holdover reform card turns out actually a problem. Okay, so Fade, heal, that. I'm actually going to put you behind now. But yeah, I missed out on a lot of scaling by not having Fade out. Luckily, I don't think that matters. My squad is reasonably powerful now. Even with me being a bit greedy. Okay, I could do the resident removal to get rid of the reanimate, but that actually deprives me of slay triggers, so I think I'm not going to. Now that I have corruption, I would play it, but that is not the case. Also kind of meant to do the Whiplash. That's fine. We're in fine shape. I'm not overly worried about the situation. Okay, well. Go forth, my big, beautiful beat squad. Yeah, we gained a lot of gold off of the Paraffin Thug. Like, 30 gold per kill is not a small amount. We don't need Memories of the Melted. Engulfed in Smoke, if it were not Consume, I'd be more in favor of. And Subsuming Blade is not helpful for us here. I guess we'll... Yeah, I'm just gonna skip on the Engulfed in Smoke. We could maybe make use of it. I will take the Benediction, though it is expensive for me in a very unhelpful way. Especially because there's no Merchant of Magic here. Nonetheless, that's fine. Okay. Flicker's Liquor is appealing. I have so much gold, I can just kind of take all of these. Those are not helpful. Because we don't have any angels to equip. We don't need to heal Fade every turn, and we don't care about our consume cards. Sadly, can't do more. We can't put more upgrades on the Paraffin Enforcer. Like, if we'd gotten higher stone housing, would have been real good. As far as capacity, so we have 5 capacity normally, 6 with the Steward's Quarters, and so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so I can dupe a Paraffin Enforcer, but not a Paraffin Thug. Obviously, I could dupe other things too, but I think that's pretty good for us. The Inspires are sort of fine. I was going to get rid of the Primitive Molds, but now I'm a little wary of doing that. gonna be a little risky by doing that. And I kind of want to get rid of the meat shield. Yeah, fine. I will do that, I guess. Okay, well, here we go. Again, the Inferno Room takes care of many problems. Overall, we should be in pretty good shape. So that happens. I have just enough Ember to play out the whole team. It's almost like this is all by design. Gosh, what a hater you are, Ashiaka. I mean, I want to use the Eagle Heart, but not enough here. Especially since it kind of just fucks with my plans. So, like, I could Drip Fall as well. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to power up the full squad and enjoy. Combustible Wax also would have been really nice as a pickup. Sadly didn't get it, but okay. I do kind of want the Umbra Stone. Who do I want it on, though? Probably you. Yeah, that's fine. We'll take the 1 damage. Not a big deal. Was at full health, although I did forget that I have the Amalgams. That's fine. We can take Amalgam damage. Although, had I thought about it, I would have set up on mid-floor to avoid that. Also, I need to remember it flickers liquor. Yeah, I probably should have set up on mid-floor. Totally spaced out. Like, I could Dripfall you, but it's... Oh, I did this in not quite the way that I meant to. You know what? Fine. We'll do it this way. We can prevent the Amalgam damage. Is it good? Not entirely, because Fade's just chilling here like an idiot now. Mostly I'm just annoyed at myself that I forgot why I didn't want to set up on top floor. But that's fine. It's whatever. Okay. Yeah, we're still a long ways off from killing Seraph. I would love to daze you. I just don't want to daze you and descend you. Oh well, I'm gonna take like 20 more damage. Okay, so we can manipulate this if we do it this way. We can then do that. I mean, you're dying no matter what. I don't know why that was the plan that I went with. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, God, I take so much damage this way. You know what? We're going to restart this battle. It annoys me too much that I am taking this much damage. I know I got to the very end, and now I'm finally deciding this, but, like, it was a dumb decision on my part. And there's just not a good reason to be doing it. Okay, so let's do that. And then we don't need to worry about the drip fall. Monster Train 1 habit dies hard. Yeah, it's just didn't think about it properly. That's all. Okay. Yeah, I actually can't play the Benediction here because we need Fade to die. Which also means I'm not getting the trample, which is okay. That's not too big of an issue. You guys are doing a lot more damage than I thought you were doing. That is a bit of a concern because I do lose my equipment this way, but fine. The Capricious Reflection value this run was great. I mean, it was pretty decent. Yeah. Okay, we'll do it this way. Which does mean Fade doesn't die now, which is whatever. Would love it if I were actually drawing the drip fall on the turns where the amalgams are on bottom floor, but that's not happening. Not my favorite way to do this, but is within acceptable ranges. Oh, you're not dying, though. Well, that's fine-ish. This is the problem with me not having used the Trample Tome. Oh, I'm sorry. We were doing something different there. I needed to do that with Fade on top floor, was the original plan, and then I, once again, talked myself into thinking, why am I not doing that on mid floor? But the whole point is so we can kill this guy so he doesn't get to the fire, which is a little wonky. Whoops. And yeah, I'm not using the Whiplash now, which is a little bit of a concern. But we have better killability here, and that does matter to me. Yeah, unfortunately, I am losing multiple dudes, but having the trample helps make up for that. Yeah, I guess it's worth having you be involved in the Benediction. And then we will daze you and take one less hit to the pyre, I guess. Oh, man. This was a fairly messy fight. Also, I don't know why I did that, since I don't actually have another thing to reform. But we're dazing you so that we don't have to take your damage. There we go. Alright. Could have been a lot better. That's fine. That's fine. I still take a lot of damage, even if with setting up on mid. But it's a lot less damage than it would have been. And so it at least feels less bad. Anyways, we don't have a ton of HP going to the Titans. We should still be fine. Especially if we ever draw Dripfall on the right turn. Okay. Speaking of, we'll do that. Well, I would love to do the Eagle Heart, but not right now. Alright, well, let's 50-50 see which one gets discounted. That's fine, I guess. Really wanted the merged equipment, but fine. Yeah, don't love this. I mean, again, we should have enough damage scaling to overcome that, but it does feel bad. But I really love to use my Benediction, among other things. Okay, so. Yeah, we have enough Ember for all this. We do that, that. And then that comes out, we do the resin removal, we get rid of all the sap, which is also quite nice. And we do that. You're still dying, but you are preventing other people from losing their damage shields. How exciting. Not the turn I wanted the Eagle Heart, but okay. Sadly, still don't have the merged equipment. But, fine. Okay. I don't think I actually want to Dripfall you. I don't think I want to daze you either. I think it's just better for us to take the damage. I really wanted the Dripfall on, like, this turn. That would have been nice. Yes. Okay. Well, entropy's down, savagery's basically down. We're just waiting. Well, I still can't do the merged equipment this turn if I want to do my other things, because Fade didn't die, which means I can't use the Flicker's Liquor, so whatever, fine, whatever. The amount that it matters is very low. Poor Savagery, we keep ruining his rage. Either way, Here we go. And he's dead. Not a ton of HP to spare, but enough. And there are ways we could have prevented some of the damage if we really needed to. But so be it. Sacrificial Resurrection, a card I have never enjoyed. It has some use cases, but for the most part, I really dislike it. Oh, right. We have gotten more crowns, and we died with Soul Guard in a sad way. But here we go. We're making progress. We have some cool runs. It does bother me, admittedly, that Remnant is the only clan I still don't have at rank 10. I don't even know what the level 10 card is. Is it Big Sludge? Have we not unlocked Big Sludge yet? No, we have unlocked Big Sludge. Unless that was from, like, a challenge. Like, what are we missing? It's not Memento Mori. Wickless Recruitment. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a card I forget about routinely. But that makes sense. That makes sense why it is the... It is a little weird to me that that's the level 10 unlock. I get it because it's a just niche card. But whatever. Anyways, fair enough. That's it. We're stopping there because it's 4 a.m. and I normally stop at like 2:30, so be it. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll play more Monster Train. It's great. I hope you're still enjoying it. People seem to be enjoying it, so I plan to keep streaming it for the time being. I don't know. Rambling aside, I gotta go. Have a nice night, everyone. I will see you tomorrow.